Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues on either side, we always feel happy when we see our colleague back. It's a tradition in this house. Because, please, colleagues, please, we always feel happy because we all know what it takes to come to this house. So, Honorable Mujungu, I want to congratulate you and welcome you back. You have been part of us, so you know how we conduct business in this house. But in the meantime, I want to give you the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, our rules of procedure, enable you to carry out your legislative mandate. Thank you. Please get a seat. You can sit anywhere, colleagues. Today is free sitting. Chief Whip, ensure that Mujungu Honorable is given a committees where he will be joining colleagues to conduct business. Colleagues, I want to welcome you to today's sitting. Yesterday, we received 7 bills from the executive, which are referred to various committees. However, upon consultation, you remember I called the meeting of the leader of opposition, the government chief whip, the opposition chief whip, the dean of independence, the committee chairpersons where we had sent the bills. So we held a consultative meeting where the Attorney General brought light salient issues for which I want to explain to you, and I give my guidance as per what we agreed upon yesterday in that meeting from the leadership of the House. Upon consultation, attention was drawn to the urgency of these bills with regard to Uganda's international financial obligations under the global fight against terrorism and terrorism financing. Currently, Uganda is on the gray list of the Financial Action Task Force, an intergovernmental body formed to combat money laundering. It has 23 countries on it. We are among the 23 countries. And then the blacklist has only 2 countries. So meaning Uganda, we are on the border to be blacklisted in as far as doing international financial transactions is concerned. The task force was convened from the G7 member states, the European Commission, and 8 other countries. The economic declaration from that G7 summit states that the task force is convened to assess the results of cooperation already undertaken in order to prevent the utilization of the banking system and financial institutions for the purpose of money laundering, and to consider additional preventive efforts in this field, including the adaptation of the legal and regulatory systems so as to enhance multilateral judicial assistance. The FAT is involved in reviewing money laundering and terrorist financing techniques and constantly strengthens its standards and addresses new and emerging risks. The task force also monitors countries to ensure they implement its standards fully. The process of monitoring the implementation of its recommendations is done through peer reviews or mutual evaluations of member countries. Following the review, the party loads good efforts from countries and also holds non-complying countries to account by classifying them on the gray or black list. To identify non-complying countries, the FATF has maintained the FATF blacklist or the call for action countries and the FATF grey list or the other monitored jurisdictions since 2000. The blacklist is the agency's official list of non-cooperative countries or territories which it judges to be non-cooperative in the global fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. Being on the grey list, as we are at the moment, is very bad for Uganda, as it portrays it in bad light as a destination where financing is not safe. Our failure to address the peer review concerns before 3rd of September, I think, which is end of next week, 2022, could easily land Uganda on the blacklist, which has countries that I don't want to mention here, but only 2 countries, which you can check on Google. We therefore owe our country a duty to do our part as a legislature. Now, one might say, why did the executive delay? Why? That's not my concern. My concern is now us doing our part. And we strongly, we had a wrong meeting, and these are areas we looked at, and we said if we fall into a blame game, our country might be blacklisted, and you end up finding that no investor can either get money here or take it out, or even you yourselves, your cards might be deactivated because the clearing channels internationally would be looking at money from Uganda as money for financing terrorism or money laundering. So for us as the legislature, we decided yesterday in that meeting of the leadership that we do our part. Then we shall go back and we sit with the executive. We ask, why did you delay? Otherwise, time for blame game is not of any help. So because of that, I would like to direct as follows. The committees to which the bills were referred have to the end of this week to report back. Some of these bills seek to amend only 2 clauses. If you got copies of the bills, it's 2 clauses, 3 clauses, and most of them we are domesticating international clauses. So, for example, on the clause for beneficial ownership, it's cutting across all bills, and we are importing and domesticating. So they are very clear bills. But my office has gone ahead to organize tomorrow at 9 a.m. a joint meeting for all committees that are involved. That is the Committee on Legal, Committee for Trade, Committee on Finance, and Committee on Defense. In the conference room, you will all meet there at once, and chairpersons of those committees will be chairing sessions on which affect their bills. Now, this will enable us to deal with the stakeholders. All stakeholders have been written to, and the government has also appointed the task force headed by the Attorney General to ensure that all assistance is given. Most likely, which we shall be communicating, those bills, because in one day you can finish them. It's not big, apart from the company's amendment bill and the insolvency amendment bill. The other ones are not big. Of course, the one for trustees, we need an overhaul of that bill, but for now, we want to deal with the clauses that talk about beneficial ownership, because very many people declare you have this, but with the beneficial owner is not defined. We have to ensure that we do this and we comply. Number 2, to reduce on the work, that it should be referred to the Committee of Finance from the Committee of Legal. We are going to give you all the legal support. And because in the end, what is important is what is passed by this House, not what is passed by which committee. So all committees have to support each other. These committees will have to work over the weekend. By Monday, we shall need reports for consideration. Where we fail, as presiding officers, we might invoke our powers and we bring these bills to be processed on the floor. Committees, ensure you do that. We cannot allow our country to go into darkness when we are here as a legislature and we are contributing to national development. So tomorrow, chairpersons, ensure that indeed your members, I'm sure they are already working with your clerks, that ensure that indeed we comply this. So Committee on Finance, we added you the Companies Amendment Bill 2022. Second, the members, I hope that's very, very clear, and we've seen the urgency. Second, the members, last week, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited indicated the load shedding schedule due to some technical challenges at Isimba. And the minister came here and explained and promised that they are going to work tooth and nail, day and night. I'm happy I have received information today that as we talk of now, Isimba, three of the units are back running and it's generating 137 megawatts, which saves us a lot. I'm told we only imported power of around $13,000. So now we are able to resume our doesn't happen again. Colleagues, I also want to congratulate. I want you, the House, to join me in congratulating our very own Honorable Lola Kanushu, MP, People with Disabilities, for her election as the chairperson of the Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities Network at the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentarians Conference in Halifax, Canada. She was, she's still in Canada. She's still at the conference. She was elected yesterday, and we feel proud. Position. Our very own Minister of Health, the Honorable Dr. Ruth Acheng Ocheno, on appointment as the second Vice President of the World Health Organization Regional Committee for Africa. This is a testament to the good work she has been doing, and as a member of this House, we are proud of her. Thank you, colleagues. Any reaction to my communication? I kindly request you don't derail me on the issues of the bills. I would request, okay? If it's on the bills, I request. Just requesting you as colleagues. Yeah, because we have the right. Honorable Sirwanyi, Honorable Macho, Honorable Mara, and
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do not want to derail you or talk about the bill. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I am raising on is that yesterday opening, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Minister of Education was in this House and gave clear directive that there is no fees increment given the economic situation in the country. However, Right Honorable Speaker, schools, including government schools, have doubled fees by more than 50%, Right Honorable Speaker.
But Honorable Solomon, if you can take your seat for a minute, we refer to what we agreed. Colleagues, we agreed. Point of procedure should be on proceedings of the day. This has nothing to do with today's proceeding. But this could have been raised as a matter of national importance. So I don't want us to abuse procedure. Let procedure be about proceedings of the day. Okay? That's when we shall have an organized House. Honorable Macho.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to appreciate your communication. Mr. Speaker, as I call attention of my colleagues.
Yes.
And majorly as I seek protection from my colleague, Honorable Sirwanyi.
Colleagues, I want to repeat. Point. If you have an issue of that nature, that's a matter of national importance. Honorable, if you had come to my office, I would have given you space. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to adjust my list. I will allow you to raise it as a matter of national importance. But I don't want abuse of point of procedure. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, your guidance is always right. Mr. Speaker, sir, concerning your submission, I want to appreciate the minister for the problem that was rectified at Simba Dam. My prayer to government and request is that when they note such a problem, the users of electricity should be told early in advance. The challenge we have in Uganda as a country, we operate always a fire brigade system. We wait a mistake or a problem to happen, then we begin gambling to settle it. Because Uganda as a country would have had a standby team to rectify such a problem that took all that long and cost many business people who have factories to make losses. So that is my prayer, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we shall discuss more when the Committee on Natural Resources reports on its findings, because we gave them that assignment.
Speaker, for your communication to the House. I just want to respond to one item, which is the International Action Task Force action on our inability to respond appropriately on AML and anti-terrorism activities. Right Honorable Speaker, the point that you've made regarding these matters and the bills that are now before the committees is so grave. Is so grave in such a manner that Uganda as a country will be cut off from international financial systems. We will neither be able to send money out or receive anything. And I would want to urge my colleagues that if there is any time in our history to burn night candles, to work overdrive, to get these bills done, this is now the time. Because we are now on the gray list, we are only 3 countries. The next one is for us to go on the blacklist. And we join the 2 that the Right Honorable Speaker has talked about. And that is not good for this country. So I would want to support you, and as Finance Committee.
Thank you. I had allowed Honorable Joel Leku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the communication. I'm back on the Simba issue. Right Honorable Speaker, we had a meeting on electricity with the Minister for Energy yesterday.
Who had the meeting?
The people of West Nile.
Okay.
With all the sector players. In that meeting, the minister communicated that actually we did not import power from Kenya. What we did was we stopped exporting power to Kenya. But in your communication, you are saying we bought power about $13,000. So for us who attended the meeting, we are wondering what actually happened. So did we sell power, or we bought power, or we stopped exporting power? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I think that $13,000 not give you too much headache. We were supposed to spend millions of dollars, okay, in a crisis. So what I'm happy about is that we have now local capacity. Our own young engineers have been able to restore Simba. That's what I can celebrate, and we should be celebrating that. Honorable Dr. Yume, you're the final.
Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 141, Sub-Rule 2, I rise to seek for an extension in considering the Uganda Organ Transplant Bill 2021. For 30 days, for a 30-day period. We were not able to process it in the 45 days that were allocated to us for 4 major reasons. One being the scientific nature of the bill. It's the first time we are trying as a country to venture into organ donation and transplant. Two, there was an impasse in regard to donation by children, where it says people below less than 18 years old will not donate organs, but we think the third point is we anticipate a lot of organ trafficking. It's a very lucrative trade, so we want to make this law very airtight in regard to organ trafficking. So we need 30 more days to ensure that we do the right job. Thank you.
However, this is the highly specialized bill, but the framers of the rules knew would be dealing with both highly specialized and non-highly specialized bills. So really, the point of concern, it affects our performance and our rating as a house. But since it is such a indeed complicated bill, highly specialized, we are going to grant the 30 days, but please don't come for more time. Ensure you deliver in 30 days. That's colleagues.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The procedural matter I'm raising is about life or death. So within the precincts of Parliament, there is a structural development that is being undertaken by a local constructions company. And last week, Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm bringing it to your attention that a KCCA and the Ministry of Works issued evacuation letters to most of the tenants on the building called Talo.
Here, when I was talking, when I was
It's about life or death, right?
Please, Honorable, first take your seat. First take your seat. Now, Honorable of life and death, but today you were in my office, you never told me I'm threatened. You kept it to yourself to raise it here, and you, please, colleagues, let's be, you were in my office. This is an issue you would have shared with me. Not abuse the point of procedure. Let's remain focused. Colleagues, I also forgot to make one small announcement that the Youth Day celebrations, which were slated for 12th August, were extended to 26th of August, this Friday, at Kaunda Grounds in Guru City, 10 a.m. The chief guest will be His Excellency the President. We urge you colleagues to attend in big numbers. And for coordination, Honorable Court Boniface, a youth MP for Northern Region, you can stand up. And Honorable Brandon Chintu will be coordinating our transport to ensure that indeed we go and we celebrate in big numbers. So, colleagues, let's go on the matters of national importance. I have Honorable Seru Kenya David.
I'm David Serukenya, by God's grace, representing the people of Machindi Sabagabo. Honorable Speaker, on 18th of August 2022, Hassan Simba was chased by police in Sarija town, UAE, to deport him because of overstay. Because he sold his belongings to pay the company that took him, he could not allow to come back and start from scratch. Reaching the climax of the building, he had no choice but to fall off and he passed on. Honorable Speaker, companies promise our gallant sons and daughters heaven and earth. On reaching there, you find the number of workers, that's Dubai. Now, so they have no option but to keep our sons and daughters in warehouses. When your license expires, you pay 100 dirhams per day. And once you are caught, you are arrested, penalized, and deported. I visited them in April this year. Honorable Speaker, our brothers and sisters are passing through hell. Many have no jobs and many sleep outside. My humble prayers. 1, for the government to regulate these companies and to carry out proper investigations before issuing them license. 2, to make sure that our gallant sons and daughters are protected when in Arab countries because they bring a lot of revenue to our country. 3, the government to foot the bills of transportation and burial of my citizen Hassan Simbwa and to compensate the family. Thank you.
But Honorable Korik, you have said there is a company which took him. Okay? You said he sold the property, paid the company which took him. So government, there is no way government maybe if you would say it should compare the company. Yes, so government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'll call the Minister for Gender. She's here to come and give an explanation. Thank you.
I was scanning, I wasn't seeing. Honorable Peace Mutuzo is here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've just had the concern here, but we're working on the laws to strengthen the labor exploitation, and we shall soon be on the floor to inform the House on the new laws and the mechanisms of regulating. And for some time, we have even delicensed some of the companies. So we shall be able to give an update to the House as soon as possible.
Now, Honorable Minister, before you go, a colleague has a specific case, and the body is still in Dubai. The family is stranded, So he's praying that the body is repatriated and the family is compensated.
Right Honorable Speaker, let's get in touch with the concerned person and follow up with the companies and the organs that are concerned so that we save the situation.
So please, Honorable Sir Kenya, link up with the minister to ensure this case is. Clarification should have been for the minister. She's off the floor. She's not on the floor. Chirhura, Jovan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I raise on Rule 54 on matters of national importance concerning education in the country, and specifically I will talk about Chirhura district. Right Honorable Speaker, Chirhura has 2 constituencies of Nyabushozi and Kashonji. It has 14 sub-counties. Right Honorable Speaker, 7 sub-counties. 7 sub-counties did not have government schools. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleague, you're protected.
It's not a matter of laughing, that is the fact. 7 sub-counties do not have government-aided schools. Right Honorable Speaker, on a daily basis, our students travel from place to place, covering 40 kilometers, 20 kilometers to and 40 to and fro. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is my prayer that the relevant ministry looks into that matter and address the challenge, and we get our government or school aided government projects. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, before Chief Whip, whom I know is capable of answering this question, as a former immediate Minister of State for Education, let me allow Commissioner, you also raise yours so that it can be answered at once.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that the only person who gives us solution in case we are not sure of something is you, Right Honorable Speaker. So I thank you that you have given me way to come and raise this issue. Right Honorable Speaker, as schools were closing about 2 weeks ago, and the children were coming back home, all schools, including, I will not say all, but 80% of the schools I've interacted with, including government-aided schools, have increased the fees by more than 50%, citing increase in fuel prices, citing increase in commodity prices, citing every reason. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Education was here on the floor of Parliament and directed schools to halt any kind of increment in school fees, starting with government schools, then trickling down to private-owned schools. Right Honorable Speaker, this is where I want to seek the indulgence of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. What are our parents going to do? Because they have not been doing any business. You know, after COVID, everybody has been stuck. Prices of commodities were high. Parents are grappling, looking for the earlier school fees, but they are stuck. And now the schools are shooting the school fees. What are our parents going to do? And what is the guidance? Wouldn't the Prime Minister direct maybe the schools to maintain the school fees at the same level until further notice when the economy stabilizes?
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I undertake in principle to inform the Ministry of Education and Sports, maybe to come to Parliament and respond to the two issues. But let me say the following for now. On the issue of the 7 sub-counties in Chirohora without a seed in 2016-2017, the Ministry of Education and Sports conducted the school mapping exercise all over the country. That is what informed the U-Gift project. By then, they found over 200 sub-counties all over the country without secondary schools. That is what informed U-Gift 1, U-Gift 2, which we are soon starting, and U-Gift 3, which will come in future. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2020, the Ministry of Education and Sports was expected to do another mapping exercise because between 2016-2017, a number of new administrative units had been created from the old one. But because of COVID lockdown, this was not done. I believe probably they have planned because from that time to date, a number of new administrative units have been created, honorable colleagues. We know this. So that should be a new mapping exercise to inform us arising from the new units, how many new sub-counties do not have. I want to believe that the record from Chirohora probably could be part of the new administrative units created from 2016-17 after the mapping exercise. Secondly, Right Honorable, on fees increment, I believe there are two things. First of all, under the law, subject to confirmation, school fees are supposed to be increased with the approval of the Ministry of Education and Sports. I have stated subject to confirmation of the law. That is the position of the law. So that implies without the approval. In terms of the cost drivers, you are supposed to present the cost drivers justifying the increment, including private. Yes, including private schools, because the law does not only work on government schools, it applies to all of us. That is in principle. Secondly, under the Education Act, the Ministry of Education and Sports is preparing the statutory instrument on matters of school fees, because the minister is empowered under the law to come up with that statutory instrument. By the time I left the ministry, we already had the draft. The draft was expected to go to top management, then later on to cabinet, then we lay on table here.
Yeah. Information, Mr. Speaker.
If we go on, go ahead.
Right, Honorable, I want to conclude that going forward, the Ministry of Education and Sports is preparing the statutory instrument, which is a mandate anchored on the Education Act. So I believe that will be in a position to, honorable members, if that is brought here, I believe that will give us a long-lasting solution. But no school is expected to increase school fees.
Thank you.
Without the approval of the permanent secretary. That is the law.
Honorable Auben. Colleagues, we already passed 3
Thank
p.m.
you, Right Honorable Speaker.
So,
For record purposes, I'm Arnito Rauben, MP Isingiro West. I'm here on matter of national importance concerning uprooting of electricity transmission poles in the Kavianda Town Council, Isingiro District. On 22nd August 2022, several electricity poles with their accessories were uprooted in Iriango Ward, Kavianda Town Council, Isingiro District, by a team headed by one Vijara Usam, an Asian nationality of Ugandan, both employers of Demo Engineering Company. Right Honorable Speaker, on my orders, the police arrested them and case number SD 10/22 August 2022 of malicious damage and vandalizing of electric installation was registered at Kavianda Police Station. Right Honorable Speaker, when they were interrogated, they actually said that they were uprooting them. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I see this one being clear. Even if you build a house, if someone has not paid you, you can't go and break it.
Prayers, Honorable.
My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the minister of transmission poles that had been uprooted. Number two, the minister should keenly follow up the case so that this funny habit does not spill over to other areas. I thank you. I submit.
Thank you, Minister of Energy. Poles are being uprooted because you have not paid the contractor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Usually when those cases are there, nobody is supposed to remove those. They will only look for payments. So since the case has come, we'll bring the response and action taken next week. I beg to request.
Honorable Minister, please, colleagues, please, my time. Yeah, 3 p.m. we should be finishing all these matters. we go on substantive item. Honorable Minister, please handle this matter seriously. It's affecting many people across the country. Honorable Manje, Ginger City.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The matter I'm raising is about Wanyanga Landing Site. Wanyanga Landing Site is among the largest fishing sites in Jinja City, Northern Division. This site was started in 1980 by John and Matama together with the community. It was donated by Muzei Malinga to help the community start fishing activities and improve on their social livelihood. This site handles fishing arrivals from Chisma 1, Chisma 2, Vuvuma, Malindi, Misoli in Mayuge. The landing site handles 40 tons of fish per month, destined to different markets of Jinja City and outside, including fishing processing industries. The site has 200 boats registered with 1,000 fishermen. Right Honorable Speaker, with all those advantages of the landing site, there is an ongoing water thief and other related floating water weeds. And the existence of such floating water weeds has led to reduction in fishing activities at the landing site, hence affecting the livelihood of people around the site. The local revenue generated from the landing site has reduced due to reduction of fishing activities at the site. Right Honorable Speaker, some of the businesses have collapsed due to lack of transport and parking areas, and this has also affected the livelihoods of people. Because the boat sellers have nowhere to land, and most of them have diverted to different places, hence affecting the incomes of the community. Criminal cases have also increased within Jinja City because people lost their jobs, and this has led to domestic violence in homes, insecurity, prostitution for survival, among others. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, the responsible ministry and the minister should urgently address the matter, since the site is in a sore state and it is one of the sources of income to the people of Jinja City. Lastly, the government should build and develop the landing site to revamp the fishing and other economic activities of the people of Jinja City. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Minister of State for Fisheries.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed, the said landing site and many others are in a sore state. And as a ministry, we shall sit down and map on how to improve those landing sites.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I would implore you to visit the site. Jinja is not very far. You establish the woman MP who has raised it. And then we are able, the MP needs hope for her people.
Most obliged.
Thank
Right,
you.
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Margaret.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, I'm Ayabare Margaret Rebyambu, Woman MP Mbarara District. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on the matter of national importance in regard to the heavy rains that affected the people of Akatafari Village, Rubingo Ward, Buchiro Town Council, Kashar South Constituency in Mbarara District. Right Honorable Speaker, I bring cries of these residents who on 20th April 2022 and again on 17th August 2022, experienced water floods mixed up with heavy stones from the hills of Rubingo in Mbarara district and then Kamukachi, Rugongo in Karung sub-county in Uweju district. These heavy stones have destroyed people's properties that include plantations, animals, buildings, and also blocked some of the access roads within the area. Right Honorable Speaker, it is observed that there has been a lot of environmental degradation caused by people who grow crops on these hills. And as if that is not enough, water runoff channels from Buhweju were directed to Rubingo Buchuro Town Council in Mbarara district during the construction of Karungu Rukansha Road. It was constructed during the last dry season without considering what would happen when the rains come. My prayers. There should be a construction of gabions along the storm water channels to minimize the impact of the storm water and heavy stones on the residents of the area. Secondly, Ministry of Works and UNRA should help in managing of storm water at Akatafal Trading Center and construct a drainage that will rechannel the water into the downstream wetland system. And lastly, I pray that there should be a rejuvenated environmental way where the natural system can be put to order by planting more trees and shrubs in that area. I beg to submit and also bring
Not matters of national importance.
And also bring the evidence from the assessment by the environmental officer and the pictures of the destruction of the area. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Colleagues, it's free seating. You can sit on either side. We have seats anywhere. So now, most of funds which are not for policy and structure nature are to do with the Ministry of Works. In the interest of time, because there is a Ministry of Water, there is a disaster, there is Works. Ministry of Works, yours is the one which seems to be very urgent. You can speak for the rest, how you coordinate. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I've noted the concern from the honourable colleague, and I request after this sitting again to touch with her. We the problem, we start to fix it as a short-term solution. Then meanwhile, the other long-term solution of planting trees, we start to sit down and plan for it.
Coordinate with other ministers. Honorable, you're still very young and energetic. You know, it helps our colleagues when you go on ground, when you visit. You know, people see a member raised an issue and then a minister came. We are really ready. Next item.
Item 4, statement by Minister on the regulations to operationalize the Wildlife Fund under the Wildlife Act 2019.
Okay, before the minister comes, our colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of constituents from Busongora South constituency, Kasese district. They are represented by Honorable Tembo Gideon Mujungu and Honorable Kabugo Florence. They have come to observe the administration of oath of Honorable Tembo Gideon Mujungu and also proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Colleagues, we also have in the public gallery staff from Uganda AIDS Commission, and they include Dr. Mukoyo Edi, Chairperson, Board of Commissioners, Dr. Vincent Bagambe, Acting Director General. I don't know why in government we have many acting. These people qualify to be given substantive position. Acting, you know, Miss Waniman, Mr. Quinto Rotoyera, Director of Finance and Administration. Then Dr. Watiti Stephen, Chairperson, People Living with HIV. They have come to listen to the motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on HIV/AIDS, which we shall be considering later. Join me in welcoming them. Honourable Minister of Tourism. Honourable Minister, 10 minutes, I'm sure are enough for you.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
The statement uploaded?
It is.
Minister, continue.
It is. Right Honourable Speaker, at the 17th sitting of the first meeting of the second session, 11th Parliament, held on the 11th August, Honourable Wanyama in Amayingo district by hippopotami and attendant
procedure
of food insecurity in
Honourable
affected
Minister.
communities.
No, Minister, there's a point of procedure.
Thank you so much.
No, Minister, you can take your seat.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As the Minister was preparing to present the statement, you indeed wanted to clarify if it was uploaded. Unfortunately, we are proceeding without the entire details of the statement.
Colleagues,
Are we proceeding well?
Does it open on your iPads? Because some colleagues are saying, but that's not the problem of the minister, because it's not the minister who uploads, it's the crack. So is it opening? The statement is uploaded, but the issue they are saying the format. So it's not opening. So Honourable Minister, just give me a few minutes so that our clerk can sort that. Clerk ensure that indeed you put in a format which colleagues can open. Our usual format, which is PDF. In the meantime, we can be listening to another statement, next item. Then we stand on this, we shall come back. Next item.
Item 5, presentation of a petition of registered coffee nursery operators.
Honourable Nyachkongoro.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Parliament of Uganda are moving this under Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, the humble petition of the members of the Devoted Coffee Farmers Initiative Uganda, represented by me, Nyachkongo Rosemary, Woman MP Shema, and the Honorable Mhumuza David, MP Mwenge North. Shows and states that your humble petitioners, Right Honorable Speaker, are members of the Devoted Coffee Farmers Initiative Uganda, a farmers organization that brings together a cross-section of coffee growers and coffee nursery operators from all coffee growing regions in Uganda that are under the guidance and are registered, licensed by UCDA. That is Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Your petitioners aver that upon being licensed by the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, they have been supplying seedlings to UCDA and directed farmers across the country. However, following the launch of the Parish Development Model Program, and from March to May 2022, the 2022 season, coffee nursery operators have been stopped from supplying coffee seedlings to UCDA, yet they continued receiving overwhelming demand from farmers who had prepared their farms to plant during that season. Right Honorable Speaker, your humble petitioners note that the abrupt change of the program with no prior notice to the farmers, especially the registered coffee nursery operators and farmers not getting coffee seedlings under UCDA, has had a negative implication on them. The UCDA guidance had not been warned to scale down production of seedlings, yet the coffee roadmap of 20 million bags targeted by 2025 had led to increased demand and production of coffee seedlings to the farmers. The coffee seedlings, estimated to cost 71 billion shillings, have overgrown and are going to go to the waste if no intervention is made by government. Farmers who had prepared to plant coffee in March, April 2022 were frustrated, but have continued to demand for the coffee seedlings. Some coffee nursery operators had acquired loans as a supplementary capital to establish the coffee nurseries for farmers, but are losing property to banks and other lending institutions. For your humble petitioners, further note that although Parliament, in its sitting of 12th May 2022 and 20th May 2022, directed that coffee seedlings be given to farmers and permission be given to nursery operators to supply all overgrown seedlings in the nursery beds as March to May 2022 planting season was running out. However, no guidance was given up to this effect. B, the farmers remained stranded as no written clarification by government to UCDA has been given to date. UCDA is still not in position to issue any allocation of coffee distribution, and the farmers and the coffee operators are stranded with the overgrown coffee. C, as for August, September 2022 this year, planting season is setting in, and you know the rains have started. Farmers continue to overwhelmingly demand for the coffee seedlings, and the nursery operators are looking on without any choice, and the coffee is overgrowing. Now, therefore, your humble petitioners pray that Parliament directs one, Minister of Finance, on the matter of overgrown seedlings that were verified by UCDA for farmers to plant during 2022 coffee year. Two, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to allow coffee nursery operators to supply seedlings this season to the ready farmers who had already opened up the gardens, and payment be made later when funds become available so that the seedlings do not go to waste. Your humble petitioners, as in duly bound, will ever pray. Right Honorable Speaker, we have the petitioners in the gallery, and I want to lay on table the file representing the farmers across the country, north, east, west, southwestern Uganda, central, that had actually applied DA, but they cannot access because the Ministry of Finance has not allowed UCDA to supply. Two, Honorable Speaker, I also want to maybe note that during the session when the Minister of Finance presented his statement, he said that actually
but Honorable, you're speaking to your motion now. Before
I
we
beg,
know whether
I beg to
members
submit.
second it or not.
I beg to submit, Right Honorable.
So, motion seconded by who? Kansi Omara, Kansi Kaberuka, Biakatonda, Katsabe, Duarada. Majority of the House. Honorable, 1 minute to speak to your motion.
In one of the sittings here, the minister actually committed himself that in the season of May, March, that they were going to allow the nursery operators to supply these seedlings. And this was in May when he actually committed himself. Up to now, sort of, yes.
Honorable colleague, the minister committed himself. Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, government is fond of exciting farmers. We mobilize them. We tell them that government is in for growing coffee, and people get into the moods of growing coffee. Then all of a sudden they change. We want to urge government that let them stabilize on certain inputs or certain projects that they start, so that our farmers don't put in energy and then they let the project go away. Like for instance, now they are jumping away from coffee and tea. They are on house of avocado. They are in macadamia. They abandoned the cashew nuts. The farmers get confused. Yet the target is we want to produce more coffee for export. Now, if we don't support our farmers to grow more coffee, what is going to happen to that target that the government has always told us? And the members of parliament are always telling our people, grow more coffee. Two, if we don't allow coffee to be supplied by UCDA, we are going back to the coffee that we were growing previously, which lacks quality, which is substandard, and therefore we failed to produce the amount of coffee that we need as a country to export in order to generate income for the country, but also for our families. No wonder that's why people are crying that the fees has been increased and they cannot manage to pay school fees.
Thank you, Honorable. You can leave room for others to add on, isn't it?
Thank you, Right
You've done a
Honorable
good
Speaker.
job. One of Yakatonda, one of the seconders, and after Honorable Mumza. I'll first do Honorable Yakatonda.
Thank you,
The
Right Honorable.
seconders, colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for prioritizing this petition, and I thank an honorable colleague for the presentation. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm also the chairman of Master People Planters in Uganda. And as we pass by the countryside, people produce seedlings which are overgrowing and actually going to the waste. Right Honorable Speaker, I find % of the national economy and 19.1% of all export volume of the country. Something which is very important and export foreign earner.
Honorable language of Nanese.
That is Swahili, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, but Honorable
And
Nangesha
the region. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable colleagues, you find that I think this has been caused of Uganda from the International Coffee Organization. Because one, they used to offer support on the coffee sector. They used to offer to achieve balance, reasonable balance between supply and demand in the coffee economy. So my prayer is that, Right Honorable Speaker, government needs to study and ensure that we recommit to go back to the International Coffee Organization. And
Thank you.
problem. Thank you.
Honorable Mumza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I come from Mwenga North constituency, Chenjo district, which is a coffee growing area. Here in Parliament, we passed a budget where we had put money for coffee. After passing the budget, we went ahead and mobilized it. I've been in the constituency, I've been on radios telling people that we are bringing coffee seedlings. So now I'm almost becoming an IDP. I go home, they ask for coffee. Everybody who calls, they ask for coffee. And we had assured our farmers that coffee is really soon will be brought, and for this season, September season, farmers went ahead and dug holes applied farm manure, and every time we get a phone call from a constituency, they are asking the pits are ready, the horses are ready, they want seedlings. Second, Mr. Speaker, sir, about the issue of PDM. PDM is targeting a small percentage of the people in the constituencies, about certain percent. And even the PDM has not even come. People who want to grow.
Thank you, Honorable. Time is not our best ally. Colleagues, just a minute. Honorable Minister of Finance came here and committed himself. I remember what we considered was simple. You see, this would be the first parliament where colleagues are not going to support their constituents with seedlings. It was the practice. It was the practice. And these seedlings we use to ensure that they reach our farmers. Even me, farmers asking in my constituency. Now, when we said the government brought the argument of parish model, whereas we appreciated parish model, we went ahead and appropriated money for seedlings. And the parish model has not yet started. But the planting season is going. Another fear we are having, honorable colleagues, you have very many nursery bed operators who went, borrowed money and prepared beds. Now, these people are stuck. They are stuck with loans. Some came to my office, they are crying. They are saying, if you can give us at least, only we supply this season, so that we know next season we shall not be holding anyone responsible for preparing beds. But these are beds we prepared much earlier because we knew it was a practice of government buying seedlings from us. Our beds supervised by UCDA, okay? And we borrowed money and invested in all this. Now, if you've stopped all of a sudden, what do you want us to do? This is what they are saying. It's simple. And then the farmers are also saying, we need seedlings, we are ready to plant, but we don't have capacity to purchase seedlings. What happened all of a sudden? So, since we provided for this money in the budget, we are not saying bring a supplemental. Why don't you be a bit flexible? And just for this season, so that from the coming season, now these nursery bed operators know government is not going to be buying seedlings from us. Honorable Ramiram, I don't know what you say about this.
Problem of finance. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Your message, Right Honorable Speaker, is taken. We are going to ensure that we consider this item on Monday because it's a serious matter.
Colleagues, thank you. Colleagues, beyond coffee, there is tea. Honorable Kaberuka had brought an issue for tea. Wait, Honorable Kaberuka had brought an issue for tea.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Much for being considerate the people of Uganda. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, I would want us not to look at the suppliers. I would want us to look at the strategy of the government, which the government has put as a strategy to develop Uganda. And one of them is to have prosperity for all, where the government has prioritized the coffee and tea as major crops, and people have taken up that advice of the government, and amidst the way, we find they are now getting out of that program without also giving alternative. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward to talk about the coffee farmers, the same minister on the same day, the same tea suppliers and tea farmers to access tea. Because, Mr. Speaker, look at Buhweju, look at Kanungu, look at Zombo, where we are promoting tea amidst the way before we have factories take off, you withdraw.
That is a bad practice, and we need the means of finance surely to come and tell us why we should not have the farmers of tea, where the factories have already started being, which of the factories have already been constructed. They want tea leaf, green leaf to be supplied, employing Ugandans. Then amidst the way you withdraw without any preparation. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad practice. We need the minister really to tell us why.
Thank you. Colleagues, now I'm going to, when we open up this matter, you see, a motion by our rules of procedure should be directly referred to the relevant authority. Honorable Kateshumba, you're insisting, I don't know. Tell me what.
Wage. How is the country going to develop? Where is the economic growth going to come from? So we need a commitment from the ministry. This house appropriated funds to support that activity. We need to know, Right Honorable Speaker, whether we still have the authority over appropriation as a house.
No, I will just allow Amuri and Rope, and then I give my guidance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas other regions are crying about the coffee and tea, I also want to bring to your attention the issue of fruits in Teso sub-region and other regions. Mr. Speaker, government gave in a lot of money to supply seedlings for fruits, oranges, mangoes, and the rest, and gave us a factory that is not consuming the fruits. So where do we take these fruits? These fruits have occupied land that we should be using for other productive activities. Just because we were listening to what government is saying and what we wanted to show our commitment that we are working together, but today our people are crying and stuck with rotting mangoes and oranges. Mr. Speaker, what do you have for Teso? Thank you very much.
Yes. Minister, I hope you are listening. Look.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you, and I should allow truth to be spoken to this government. Mr. Speaker, the funds were not only appropriated, but the minister made a commitment here on the floor to avail the funds for these nursery beds for coffee. But, Mr. Speaker, the number of concerns, a little of them that have come so far, including that of schools, increasing the school fees. You remember very well that there was a presidential bailout of 20 billion for private school teachers. It has never come. Even when there was a stimulus package to support schools after 2 years down the road closure, after the devastating effects of the package has not come by. And can you even imagine that a minister who has committed to visit these fishing landing sites is already throwing hands into the air that she does not have transport? Can you imagine? To go there. So this government has not only abdicated its responsibility of delivering services to the people, but it is also sleeping on the job, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Minister of Finance, no, before you come, Minister of Finance, I think you will need to meet your ministers. Reason being, very many ministers are coming on the front. The answer, we are getting funds. Because the Minister of Fisheries was assigned by this House to visit Katosi landing site. And the woman MP Mukono has been calling all the time. And the minister is confessing she doesn't even have fuel to take her to Katosi, you know? So it's to that extent. So you need to handle these issues. These are issues which shouldn't be coming on the floor. Issues of fuel, so you need to work out closely with your colleagues. Now, some of you colleagues were talking about seeds. The seeds, the chairperson committee on agriculture came and told you here we didn't appropriate that money. So I want us to confine ourselves to money we appropriated. Money we didn't appropriate, please, that one, let us be cautious about it. For seedlings, we did coffee, tea, and all that. So I think I'm now constrained. I'm going to refer Rule 30, Sub-Rule 6. I'm going to refer this petition to two ministers, Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Finance, so that you can meet and you present a joint report. But only we want seedlings. Not, in fact, the problem is not even a report. Seedlings. Seedlings. No, chair, please. I'm speaking. Seedlings. We just need seedlings. So I refer this to the Minister of Agriculture. When a speaker is making a ruling, you don't refer to procedure, honorable. So I refer it as per Rule 30, Sub-Rule 6 of our Rules of Procedure, where it can be referred to the committee or a minister responsible. So I refer it to the two ministers to report back to the House on Wednesday next week on action taken. On action taken. Not explanation of why we've not gotten seedlings, but on action taken. Next item, we go back to the item on tourism. Thank you, Honorable. Colleague.
Item 4.
I hope it's now uploaded.
Yes.
Colleagues, you can access it. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Right Honorable. You referred the matter to me and directed that I prepare and present a statement on operationalization of the Wildlife Fund and the Wildlife Act 2019. This, Mr. Speaker, therefore, is to comply as directed. Operationalization of the Wildlife Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019, Section 64, provides for the continuation of the Wildlife Fund that was established under the Uganda Wildlife Act, Cap 200. The Wildlife Fund that was created under the Uganda Wildlife Act, Cap 200, was preserved by the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019 and has continued to operate uninterrupted. The matter that Honorable Wanyama raised is related to the Wildlife Compensation Scheme that provides for the compensation claims for human death, injuries, or damage to property caused by a wild animal outside a protected area as provided under Section 83 of the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019. In order to give force to the compensation scheme, the Uganda Wildlife Compensation Scheme Regulation 2022 number 65 was gazetted 5th August 2022. In addition, the Uganda Wildlife Revenue Sharing Regulations 2022 number 65 was also gazetted on the same day. Mr. Speaker, I lay the gazette on table. As provided for in the Wildlife Act 2019, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, since the enactment of the Act, has put aside 2% of its revenue, which constitutes part of the funds to support the scheme that to date has accumulated to 900 million Uganda shillings. Other sources of funds to this scheme include appropriation by Parliament, which we are yet to benefit from. The Wildlife Compensation Scheme Verification Committee that is responsible for verification of claims has been fully constituted and preparations are underway for it to commence work. Right Honorable, a substantial amount of wildlife in Uganda lives outside the wildlife protected areas in the bushlands, water bodies, forests, and savanna ecosystems. Whereas most of the areas have now been opened up and settled by people, the country is still rich in wildlife that lives amongst the area occupied by people. With increasing human population and opening up of more land for agricultural expansion, areas that formerly hosted wildlife have been destroyed, leading to displacement of a host of species, especially resulting into increased human-wildlife conflict. Wildlife species with the highest incidence of human-wildlife interactions and conflicts in the Maingo district are the hippopotamus and the crocodiles. Whereas Lake Victoria was richly endowed with fish resources that constitutes the major food for crocodiles, overfishing has resulted in depletion of stocks, affecting the feeding habits of the crocodiles. Fishermen have been observed using canoes that are easily accessed by crocodiles. Over time, crocodiles have learned that these canoes are stocked with fish, and in the process of venturing to source food from canoes, boats, humans have often been preyed on, unfortunately, by the crocodiles. In addition, Right Honorable, the opening up of wetlands and lake shores for agricultural expansion has resulted in degradation of the habitats that provided food for the hippopotami, resulting into other scarcity or unavailability. The hippopotami thus eat crops grown in the protected zones, or in the absence of food, here the hippos venture to areas beyond. Uganda Wildlife Authority created a human wildlife conflict response unit that has been trained in the capture and translocation of problem crocodiles. In Namayingo, a total of 10 problem crocodiles have been translocated from the areas of Lugaga, Bumeru, Dolwe, Malongo. Uganda Wildlife Authority constructed 5 crocodile safe cages in villages of Mwango, Butanira A, Butanira B, Mwangoda, and Kisumu landing sites in the Dolwe Island in the Maingo district to provide for safe water points for community members. The recent rising levels of the lake have affected the effectiveness of the cages, which have been flooded. Several awareness raising sessions have also been held at the various landing sites on the islands of Lake Victoria. Since the beginning of 2022, only one problem hippo case has been reported that occurred on the 8th of August 22. A team from UA visited the site, made an assessment, and noted that the problem is related to the degradation of the lake shores, which community members have opened for crop growing, hence encroaching on the wildlife habitat. It is therefore incumbent upon all those who have a stake to take responsibility and execute our respective roles in the protection and conservation of our heritage. The protection of 200-meter zone from the lake shore particularly needs to be enforced. Finally, I want to mention that the problems related to wildlife that are being experienced in the Maingo district are a result of environmental degradation and fish depletion from the lake. As my ministry tries to put in place mitigation measures to reduce the impacts of the animals on the people. It is important that communities are encouraged to observe the laws related to fishing and management of lake shores. This way, wildlife and humans will coexist. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Is Honorable Wanyama Michael here? The one who raised the matter? No, he's not. Just, Honorable Minister, I wanted us to be specific. If you could help us and you can give us a timeline on the operationalization of the scheme, that will help us so much. Because when we say preparations are underway for it to commence work, can we have a time frame, Honorable Minister, projected, at least, which would enable us to say we should be able to see light in this period?
Thank you, Right Honorable. 1st October.
1st October. Thank you.
Sir.
Colleagues, you've noted 1st October, and that was very, very direct. Procedure? 1st October 2022, for the record.
Right Honorable Speaker, my procedural matter concerns many of us who have already raised the challenge of wildlife on the effect of crops. I remember raising the effect of white and black calabash monkey. Another MP raised the issue of elephants, and there are very many others who have already raised issues that we need our minister to respond to other than the two wild games, including the challenge of ensuring that the vermin control officers are fully established at the relevant local government offices, and also the availability of the cycling vermin control drugs that are out of stock in Uganda. I don't know if we are proceeding right, if the minister just goes with only two types of wildlife, yet we have raised this issue on a number of wildlife effects. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable colleague, we are proceeding very right because the minister has responded to what we as presiding officers assigned him. If we assign the rest, but you've raised them, Honorable Minister, I think you need to get time. You prepare a comprehensive statement on human-wildlife conflict so that you can address these issues. But, colleagues, the biggest solution is in operationalization of this scheme. Yes, of this scheme, so that our people can be compensated. If your people are tagged and everything, people, what they want is compensation. So 1st October, Honorable Minister, we can say 2nd of October, if it would be a Tuesday, would be glad for you to come to this house and you say, I have done it. And we shall go and celebrate with our people. We start taking action. Now, colleagues, please. Colleagues, yes, as per Rule 52, Sub-Rule 2, which allows debate, I'm going to allow a debate of 15 minutes because this is outright clear. Outright clear. I'll start with Bujiri because it's close to Namayingo, and since Namayingo always did is not here, I go to Kitugum where elephants have disturbed the people. I go to West Naira and then Kanungu, where then I see colleagues use 1 minute each so that I can pick more. Please, quickly.
Thank you.
Switch on.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable, and the Honorable Minister for the report. Mr. Speaker, the issue of crocodiles in Namayingo is something that is very serious, and I would like to appreciate your ruling that the Minister operationalizes the compensation fund. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I would request that as the fund is being operationalized, we generate a list of the affected people so that as it gets operationalized, those to benefit are known. Otherwise, with operationalizing the fund, it might end up benefiting other communities.
Honorable, no more time. We don't have much more time. Okay. I had already picked colleagues to speak, please. 1 minute, each one of us.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of human-wildlife conflict is a very big issue. In Kitgum District, in Orom Sub-County, this particular community has seen all the challenges we can talk about. Right now, they are struggling with the challenges of Karamajong, the cattle raiding. During dry season, we will have elephants moving all over. Right Honorable Speaker, it is my appeal that the minister takes off time before coming back to this house and visits all these areas and have interactions with the community. And also, most importantly, we need to empower the UWA officials. Some of these officials, when we went on ground, they will tell you we don't have the bullets required for shooting and scaring the elephants. So we need to empower the UWA officials and have these interventions done on time. Compensation is very key. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm trying to pick from each sub-region.
Padiere County, Nebi District. Yes. The area of Greater Nebi, especially Pakwach, borders Matishon Falls National Park. And when we actually want this fund to be operationalized, we want it not only to protect the humans, but the animals as well. Actually, in the area of Pakwach, there is a belief by poachers that they have been actually killing the hippopotamus for their teeth. They believe that if they wear the hippo teeth along their necks, they will actually be protected from the wild animals and also from the game rangers. So actually fencing these wildlife reserves and protecting the animals will actually be good because of this fund. And also, Mr. Speaker, of recent, the ministry has actually increased the gate passes around the national parks. Now the entrance is 25,000 shillings for Ugandans. And
Honorable Patience.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. We have the same issue of wild animals from Queen Elizabeth National Park, especially elephants. They have vandalized people's gardens from Nyanga Sub-County, Chi Sub-County, and Nyamirama. Right now we have a problem. People are starving because all their crops have been eaten by wild animals. I understand they are in procurement process for fencing the national park. I ask you to talk to the concerned ministry so that they can hurry or rush the procurement so that they can fence the national park. And I encourage, and I request, my prayer is, the people of these sub-counties, 3 sub-counties I've mentioned, they can be provided with some food because people right now have nothing to eat. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Patience, you've raised that issue. I was visiting Honorable Kaberuka, and there was an element of compensation for land. Honorable, you want to clarify on that issue? Because your people said, Honorable, we want that issue on the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable. And thank you for your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue is about Mpungu and it's about Mga Tract, which was gazetted erroneously and it took many people's homes within that area. And it was done, and was the ministry came there in 2004, but since then they have never made an action. On July 6th, Mr. Speaker, I wrote my senior minister. Up to now, I have never gotten any reply. The last week...
Honorable, he's not your senior minister because you're not a junior minister.
Oh.
So, he's a minister.
In the making. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. the minister received the letter on the 6th of July. We are now in August. The people of Pungu, 2 parishes, cannot process a title, cannot develop their land. The minister had promised to go there. Nothing has happened. Last week, the people were putting their arm up in arms, but we have been shock absorbing and are probably waiting for your indulgence. Would the minister please help us at least to give us a green light on what is going to happen with the people of Pungu? Thank you.
Honorable Yomons, is it on the same? Now I want to see the minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am just rising to confirm what the Honorable Kaberuka has presented, that when this parliament gazetted within the area, there were 2 parishes in Mpungu sub-county that were erroneously included in the park. And the residents cannot even construct permanent houses. They can't grow coffee or other perennial crops. So
Honorable Isaac, I request you leave the minister first.
I add my voice that the Honorable Butime should come to the rescue of that community because they keep coming to us as members of parliament of the area.
Honorable Butime, visit your colleague and sort out the issue. Honorable Kiror. Hey. Rescue your colleague.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have keenly followed the report as presented by the minister, but I want to draw attention to an area, Kidepo. It must have been brought. The elephants have actually done more harm than good in Kidepo. So it is a concern that that issue ought to be equally addressed if we're looking at this. But you see, the delays in implementing this compensation scheme is going to cost us a lot. You are going to open a can of worms to litigation that sometimes can be avoided by having some of these mechanisms. So I want to urge government that the earlier and the faster we do these interventions, the better. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Chemutai.
Much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to also thank the Minister for the report that is given us. But Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, this act was already implemented in Sabay sub-region in 2019. I'm surprised that the verification committee is yet to be constituted. In Sabay sub-region, whenever a cow enters the forest or just goes near, you must pay 50,000. When a dog goes near or a pusscat, you must pay 20,000 or 10,000. How come that this committee is just being verified, yet people have been paying money since 2019? Thank you.
That's the money for revenue sharing. Now I'll allow Linus, then Honorable Magora, who is... Colleagues, we have several items in this house.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Speaker. Which on the order paper you'll contribute. And colleagues, standing up many times does not mean me that is when I will see you. Please settle down. I will pick you because I always pick you even when you've not stood up many times. So making for me signs, winking, what? Now like the ones who are winking, I don't know which step I take. So colleagues, make clear signs which I can understand. Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. What I wanted to know, and the people of Chivanda wanted to know, because we also have issues of elephants destructing our crops, is when we operationalize this compensation scheme, from which year shall we start with paying? Is it from 2010, 2015? Because elephants have been destructing crops for a very long time. So it would be good enough for us to also know which year this program will start, the compensation of our people's crops will begin from. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mugore, you're the one who is an expert on tourism issues.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Two things. One, that the issue of elephants, I was discussing with the ED recently. That, for example, if a park,
ED of what?
ED of Uganda Life Authority.
Okay.
I'm giving an information. If a park has now got too many elephants, what do? Some of them may need to be put out of action if, listen correctly, my brothers, if for example, there are those ones which are stubborn and are known, they can be put out of action. But the most immediate action that we should do together is the issue of fencing. Other than that, even the compensation we are talking about, the 900 million shillings so far saved, cannot compensate all the people, even if that is operational.
Honorable Cecilia Ogwal.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the points given, but I feel that compensation cannot be sustainable. It doesn't matter how much money we put under compensation, it will not be able to satisfy the level of destruction that we are experiencing across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to advise that there must be high-level sensitization of the community so that we learn to live with the wildlife and we invest on community protection and sustainability. And of course, the advice which the other colleague gave also is very important, fencing, so that we can have preventive mechanism in place. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal to colleagues. It's good to talk about this thing. The minister must, is suffering for nothing. However much money you give him, he will not be able to satisfy us. So I think we need to look at this thing at a higher level and be able to.
Honorable Nuru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have the same problem, but mine is a bit different because my people have been suffering for the last 15 years. And now they don't even have what to eat. About 3 years ago, Honorable Minister Butime came with food, and people were happy. But I want to inform Honorable Minister, sir, that the 1 lorry of food that you brought was eaten in one day. So I would request you to supply food because my people. I thank you.
Shadow Minister for Tourism, Honorable Masaba Karim.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm Karim Masaba, the Shadow Minister of Tourism and the MP, Industrial Division, Bale City. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the statement presented, because this was one of the key issues that I brought out in the alternative ministerial policy statement during the budgeting process. And I believe my efforts and that of my team have paid off. And let's hope this money will come as promised by the minister. I have one concern, which is concerning the wildlife compensation verification committees, because the UA Act of 2019, that is Article 17, talks about the community wildlife committees. I'm not certain whether you've incorporated them in this compensation policy, because we may find that the wrong people are the ones who will be faced by a situation where this verification compensation committee you're creating is of, say, some people around Kampala who will end up sharing this money instead of this money actually reaching the actual people or the actual beneficiaries down on ground. So this is something we need to care in and incorporate the community wildlife committees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, it has taken you a whopping 3 years to lay a gazette of these regulations on the table, ever since the act was enacted in 2019. So when I say you are sleeping on job, I mean in every sense of the word I mentioned. 3 years are a long time, Mr. Honorable Minister. Many lives have been lost, property, and damage of property, and even injuries, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, together with the compensation scheme, the minister has laid the revenue sharing scheme also. And you know, those of us who live around Mount Elgon National Park, we have witnessed a revenue sharing scheme where funds are collected from penalties, from tourists, and given to districts. A district takes 5%, then 95% is given to those sub-counties whose communities live along the fringes of the forest. But, Mr. Speaker, I suppose in those regulations, there is also compensation. There should be some compensatory mitigation to resolve the conflict of the running battles between those people living along those forests and UA, because it has gone on for long, it has claimed lives and even property. So compensation should also be considered for those people who are actually alleged to be encroachers when they have stayed there for ages.
Rob, conclude.
As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, sir, you know very well from the Act, Mr. Minister, that this committee that verifies claims that are submitted comprises of only 5 people. And I wish you could mention them. And the offices from which they are to emanate are known, so that we know for sure that this time around you have fully constituted the committee for verification of compensation claims. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But let me start with the Leader of Opposition, Honourable Nambeshe, on the issue of sleeping on the job. Sleeping on a job, yes. Mr. Speaker, actually gazetting is the last stage of the Act, because the Act was passed 2019, so that was the law. The minister was required to produce regulations. So the minister sat there and started working on the regulations. These regulations, after being properly worked out, cross-checked, the Office of the Attorney General, the First Parliamentary Council, is a very tedious, long, meticulous process. And this was done. So what happens after all that, which really takes, which cannot take weeks, it takes years, you finally get the regulations and gazette those regulations. And these regulations, therefore, were gazetted on the 3rd of August 2022. I thank all other ministers before me who worked on the law, on the law, and eventually it is in place. And I think that's the most important thing. For the shadow minister, the colleague across, yes, the verification committee will be meticulously selected. there will be no friends, isn't it? In your view, you're talking of Kampala, there will be, it's not a matter of friends, they will be meticulously selected, and they will form that committee. My good friend, Honorable Joseph Biamukama, Kitagwenda, we were together 2 weeks ago. I cannot continue bringing food to that area, but I think we shall work more on the electric fence, Right Honorable. Really, the electric fence is the answer. The electric fence plus what Honorable Cecilia Ogwara has said, it is also community engagement to create a sustainable situation where it is not just the money compensation. What is the purpose of the money when somebody died? Really? You can compensate, yes, but life was lost. So the most important thing is to create a sustainable situation where the communities plus Uganda Wildlife Authority work together and mitigate that situation before the unfortunate incidents take place.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for giving me the way, and thank you for your report. Honorable Minister, how do we solve the issue of elephants moving from Nimule Game Park in South Sudan across the border into Dufele sub-county in Moyo district in Uganda, thereby destroying food crops, houses, and displacing people? Can the wildlife compensation scheme for damages caused to persons outside protected areas benefit the people of Dufele sub-county in Moyo district? Thank you very much. That's the clarification I want to get from you.
Switch on, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I had to give away because of Tom behind there. You know, we share the name, so I had to give away very quickly. But you know, Right Honorable, elephants can also go, they can also be tourists. So if they come from southern Sudan to Uganda, these are tourist elephants. And elephants do not carry passports. No, they don't. They just roam the whole world where they can go, isn't it? They don't need passports like us. We need passports. Elephants don't. And therefore, if they destroy, actually, as soon as the elephants get to Uganda, it is the responsibility of Uganda Wildlife Authority. If such a situation happens, the authority takes responsibility and we compensate. Honorable Ngopek wondered, when is the actual effective date of the wildlife compensation scheme? Mr. Speaker, the effective date is 5th August 2022. Because that's when the Gazette came out. So that was the beginning. The rest is just administrative. So in other words, the verification committee must be in place, as I promised, Right Honorable Speaker, by 1st of October. And that is it. Yes, and that is it.
But Honorable Minister, please.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ranya, wait a bit. I guide the Honorable Minister. I don't have much time. So I'm not going to rate Honorable Minister, except very many. Otherwise, my time is limited. But let's allow this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to clarify from the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, according to Honorable Ngompek, he was asking whether those ones whose animals destroyed their properties, killed their passions 10 years ago, shall be included in this compensation. After they know. And two, Honorable Minister, you need to specify what type of compensation. We have different type of compensations. Others were killed, others animals destroyed their properties, others animals injured their people. And the compensation may not be the same. I pray that when you are coming, you have to lay down the criteria and how much shall be given for each and every compensation. Those who are killed, injured, and properties destroyed. That would guide. And also you need to tell our community what should community do if your properties were destroyed by any fault. What should we tell our community to do? Should they use the lawyer to ask for the money? Should they go by themselves to your office?
Honorable.
What should be done?
Honorable Minister, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
You go to the chairman LC1 or you report to the police. The effective date is 5th August 2022. The effective date is 5th August 2022. Honorable Kabiruka, we have agreed to meet and discuss the matter and finalize. People paying. The honorable member from Sebe was talking about people paying. That is illegal. People should not pay UWA. It is UWA which is supposed to compensate. Queen Elizabeth.
Clarification, Honorable.
The electric fence.
Just for your information.
Please, Honorable colleague, you don't access a microphone without the permission of the presiding officer. Honorable Minister, go on.
Mr. Speaker, Queen Elizabeth issue, it is the electric fence. The procurement of the electric fence is at an advanced stage. I will not interfere in the business, but all I know is that it is at an advanced stage and very soon we shall procure, we shall receive this. The tender will be given out, the electric fence supplied, and construction begins. The Minister of State for Tourism has been to Machishon Falls area. He has actually been to very many protected areas, and therefore the invitation again to go back to Machishon Falls, please let us work on the fence and we'll see how we proceed. MP Padiere was, but there is no lake in Padiere, so I don't know why the MP. No lake. River Pakwach is a Pakwach district. Padiere is Nebi district, Pakwach is Pakwach district. Oh, we are talking about Greater Nebi. Not because I know that area very well. So let me, Mr. Speaker, finalize by saying that the most important was the wildlife compensation scheme and regulations. They have been gazetted on the 5th of August 2022. Verification committee will be in place 1st October. The rest will be settled. 900 million is ready for the compensation scheme. So as soon as all this is done, Mr. Speaker, I think problems will reduce. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, 1st of October will be a Saturday. So on Tuesday, 4th of October, please come to the House and update us on the action taken as promised. Next item.
Item 6, Weighing of Papers. 6 Roman 1, Report of the Delegation of the Inter-Parliamentary Union at the 144th Assembly and related meetings held in Bali, Indonesia from 18th to 24th March 2022.
Honorable Susan Amel.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay a report of the delegation of the Interparliamentary Union at the 144th Assembly and related meetings held in Bali, Indonesia, held from 18th to 24th March 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable colleagues. This report is for information purposes, and please study it. It will help you in your legislative work.
Item 6, Loman 2.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the delegation of the Parliament of Uganda at the Interparliamentary Union Non-Aligned Movement Parliamentary Network Conference held in Baku, Azerbaijan from 29th June to 2nd July 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable. Like the area report, this one is also for information purposes. Please read these reports. They are very rich in information, especially when we are on our international obligations. They guide us on what was going on, and we get a lot of information. So ensure you read them. They will help you in your work. Next item.
Item 7, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Public Accounts Local Government on the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2020-2021 on 12 districts, local government, and 2 municipality councils.
Chairperson, Committee on Park, Local Government, Honorable Mapenduzi. Honorable, you have 15 minutes because we need 30 minutes of debate. Which will make it 45 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Before I embarked on this assignment, permit me to lay on table minutes of the committee meetings and also a copy of the report of the committee. Right Honourable Speaker, in the interest of time, I also request you to allow me, as I present this report, and basing on the time you have given, permit me to give an executive summary of the report of the Committee on Public Accounts on audited reports on 12 district local governments and 2 municipal councils for the financial year 2020-2021. And as I do that, members will be able to go through the executive summary, which gives an overview of the main report, which is equally here. Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with Article 163(5)(a) of the Constitution and Rule 182(5) of the Rules of Procedure, the Committee on Public Accounts Local Government considered the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2020-2021 and wishes to report its finding to this House. The committee's report covers the 12 district local governments and 2 municipal councils, and the details are provided, Right Honourable Speaker. This report has been compiled based on the findings of the Auditor General and observations of the committee, mainly to show the current state of local governments and to aid policymakers in improving the performance of these local governments as highlighted below. Right Honourable Speaker, number 1, which is indicated as 1-0, looks at budget performance for financial year 2020-2021. And Right Honourable Speaker, out of the total budget of 571,286,551,418 shilling that was appropriated for the 14 local governments reported on the financial year 2020-2021, Uganda shilling 168 billion 329 million 217,286 shilling was released, representing 82%. By close of the financial year, Right Honorable Speaker, a total sum of Uganda shilling 423 billion 200 million 140,736 shilling was spent, representing 74% of the appropriated. And this representing 74% of the budget. And the total unspent balance totaling to Uganda shilling 38 billion 394 million 131,559 shilling was returned to the consolidated fund. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the local governments failed to absorb the money released due to failure to recruit, delayed deployment of teachers by the Ministry of Education, failure to procure contractors under USMIT, and others. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has provided recommendations, and for purposes of saving time, I appeal to colleagues to look through. It's indicated. There are a number of recommendations that we have given. Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable, recommendations need to be heard properly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The committee recommends the following, Right Honorable Speaker. One, that the accounting officers should institute measures that will ensure timely declaration of vacant positions to the District Service Commission, appointment and access to payroll to avoid return of unspent balances to the consolidated fund. Two, the Education Service Commission should ensure strict and timely adherence to their recruitment plans to avoid delays in staff recruitment. Under 1.1, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee looked at local revenue performance. The 14 local governments in the financial year 2020-2021 budgeted to collect a total sum of Uganda shilling 13 billion 727 million 831,626 shilling as local revenue, and by close of the financial year, a total sum of 8 billion 482 million 326,450 shilling was collected, representing a performance of 62%. The committee observed that, Right Honorable Speaker, the local government's local revenue mobilization were greatly affected by COVID-19 pandemic, thus the low revenue performance. Secondly, there were also leakages and spending at source by lower local governments. The committee recommended that, one, the accounting officers should ensure that local revenue enhancement committees are strengthened. Two, the local governments devise effective measures to address the leakages and all accountable revenue officers who abuse their powers. Three, the accounting officers should ensure that an updated revenue register is in place to track and enhance revenue performance. And lastly on that, the accounting officers should ensure that an effective revenue mobilization and tax education plans are in place. Under number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, it looks at payroll management, and under that, it specifically looks at budgeting for salary, pension, and gratuity, and submission of budget estimate. The audit reports for financial year 2020-2021 revealed that local governments and municipal councils failed to adhere to paragraph 2.2 of the establishment notice, number 2 of 2019, which requires accounting officers of local governments to submit salary, pension, and gratuity estimates for the subsequent year to Ministry of Public Service by 30th of September for the previous financial year. The delays were majorly, Right Honorable Speaker, attributed to COVID-19 lockdown restrictions on movement of persons and low staffing. And the committee recommends that the accounting officers should, for subsequent financial years, ensure that they strictly follow the timelines prescribed under paragraph 2.2 of the establishment notice number 2 of 2019 on submission of wage estimates by 30th September of the previous year. Number 3, Right Honorable Speaker, looks at pension salaries, pension and gratuity, and under that, the first one is 3.1 is absorption of funds. It was reported that local governments failed to absorb the money for salaries, pension and gratuity. The under absorption of funds was due to factors including but not limited to: 1, failure to recruit staff as a result of COVID-19 national lockdown, absence, and a non-functional district service commission, delayed approval of members of the district service commission, and delays by the education service commission to recruit teachers and access them on the payroll by the same ministry. And the fifth, Roman number 5, under that is failure to attract staff in key positions, for instance, district health officers, district engineer, and medical officers. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that 1, many local governments concealed or ring-fence positions that have fallen vacant by deploying junior staff in acting capacity or on assignment basis beyond the mandatory period of 6 months as a ploy to give time to their favorites so as to gain the prerequisite qualifications, during which period they deny deserving persons employment at the expense of service delivery. Number 2, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development made releases to some of these local governments over and above the requested funds. And 3, the absence and failure to implement the provision of the Negotiating, Consultative and Dispute Settlement Machinery Act 2008, resulting into failure to settle labor disputes, leading to under-absorption, loss of funds, and high cost of dispute resolution. And the committee recommended the following. 1, the accounting officers should institute measures that will ensure timely declaration of vacant positions to District Service Commission. 2, the Education Service Commission should ensure strict and timely adherence to recruitment plans to avoid delays in staff recruitment. Local governments should ensure that they are fully constituted service commissions to enable timely recruitment of staff. The Ministry of Public Service and Public Service Commission to develop guidelines for timeliness on the tenure and approval of members of the District Service Commission. And Roman number 6, the Ministry of Local Government should intensify its inspection and monitoring on matters of staff, including staff establishment, service functionality, and cases of staff discipline. And the last recommendation under that is provision of making sure that the provision of Negotiating, Consultative and Dispute Settlement Machinery Act 2008 be adhered to. Under number 4, Right Honorable Speaker, we looked at under and overpayment and non-payment of salary. The committee noted that majority of the accounting officers admitted to authorizing overpayment or underpayment of salaries to some employees under the service of their respective local governments. A case in point is Luero District Local Government that made an overpayment of 150 million. The committee also noted cases of non-payment of salary, which was mainly attributed to mismatch in information between the IFMIS or IFMS and employee bank details. The committee recommends the following. The accounting officers of the affected local government should in future ensure that they adhere to Section BA7 of the Uganda Public Service Standing Orders 2010 with a view of authorizing employees right payment of salary amounts. 2, accounting officers should ensure recovery of overpaid salary amounts from the affected employees. 3, accounting officers should ensure processing of payment of top-up salary amounts in respect of employees who were underpaid of their salaries. And 4, the accounting officers should liaise with the Ministry of Public Service to reconcile the different salary amounts are paid to their respective entities. Under 4.0, Right Honorable Speaker, payment of salary using wrong scales, accounting officers in most of the local government erroneously authorized for payment of staff salaries, which was attributed to payroll changes not supported by signed pay change report. And I refer you to the main report, and we have provided details and observations. Under 5, Right Honorable Speaker, delayed deletion of staff from payroll. Some accounting officers authorized for payment of salaries to staff who had retired, transferred, absconded, or died. However, recoveries of monies erroneously paid out to affected staff was ongoing. The committee recommends that the Office of the Auditor General should carry out annual audit of the staff and pension payroll to clean up the system. Under 6, Right Honorable Speaker, we have unauthorized loan deductions. The audit report revealed deductions from employees' salaries without letters of undertaking. The committee recommends the following: that the accounting officers should not sign off staff loan applications through issuance of letters of undertaking where staff have running contracts with credit lending institutions. Number 2, government should institute more protective measures to cap multiple and over borrowing by employees. Right Honorable Speaker, without going into the details, members will realize from the main report that there are a lot of irregularities going on in as far as borrowing of loans by employees of government, and we have given a detailed report on that. Number 7, Right Honorable Speaker, is non-deduction of pay from political leaders. The audit report highlighted failed deduction of pay from political leaders, leading to loss of revenue by government. The committee was informed that the anomaly was occasioned by lack of dedicated budget line or window on the IFMIS platform to effect deduction electronically. The committee recommends that all accounting officers who did not deduct pay should ensure that this money is deducted from the political leaders, whether still in office or out of office. Right Honorable Speaker, under number 8, delayed access to salary and pension payroll. The audit report revealed that accounting officers failed to expedite quick access of newly appointed staff to the salary payroll. This was attributed to delays to submit required documents such as the national identification cards. Right Honorable Speaker, again, in the main document, we have provided details. Under 9, performance of the Youth Livelihood Program and the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, OWEP. The audit report revealed decimal performance of the program as low recoveries were realized during the period under review. The committee observed that most of the district local governments did not have proper recovery plans and data on the beneficiary groups, and some funds disbursed to local governments were in respect of the financial year 2014-2015 to 2018-2019. The committee also observed that OWEP was performing better than the YLP, but of course the levels are equally, the levels of recovery is equally low. And as a result, the committee has provided the following recommendation. Again, I would like to refer members to page 23 of the main document, where we have given about 7 key recommendations as a way of making sure we can deal with these challenges. And just as you emphasize, Right Honorable Speaker, as you emphasize, I'll very quickly give the recommendations. The committee recommends that revolving funds for future program be covered or guided by legal frameworks to provide for sanctions, detailed program management structure. 2, accounting officers should institute all measures and mechanisms possible to recover outstanding balances, including developing accounting officers should institute all measures and mechanisms possible to recover outstanding balances, including developing clear recovery plans and accountability mechanism. And 3, government should adhere to timelines in the provision of grants to different programs to realign it with the reporting framework so as not to cause distortion in financial reporting. And 4, for future interventions or program, the aspect of community ownership, participation, and involvement be enhanced through co-funding mechanism or initiatives. And number 5, which takes you in the main document on page 23, for similar or future interventions, accounting officers should institute clear, achievable performance indicators for officers involved in the project or program implementation. And 6, there should be budgetary provisions to support supervision and follow-up of the beneficiary groups. And finally, as a recommendation on that, government, through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, together with the local government ministry, to evaluate the performance of YLP, given the recovery of, given the fact that the recovery has remained extremely low. Right Honorable Speaker, I will now request you to permit me look at briefly, again, based on the executive summary, look at critical and specific issues. And that is on page 8 of the executive summary. And under this, Right Honorable Speaker, it covers the district of Kabong, Butaleja, and Arua. Number 1, under vote 5-9 is Kabong District Local Government, which has an unqualified opinion. And under that, query number 1, Right Honorable Speaker, is the construction of council chambers at the district headquarters, phase 1. The audit revealed that Kabong District Local Government procured a contractor to construct the council chambers at the district council headquarters under phase 1 at the contract price of Uganda shilling 365,153,874 shilling. Under procurement reference number CAP 559 works 20 to 2021 /001. The contract was awarded to MS Jakshen Uganda Limited and signed on 28th February 2021 as the start date of executing the contract, with the completion date of 23rd May 2021. Audit report, the audit reported that the contractor had been paid a total of Uganda shilling 328,637,887 shilling as shown below. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the table I have provided in this executive summary, you will see that on 22nd of June 2021, this contractor was paid 73,030,775 shilling as first payment. And then just 6 days after, on 29th of June 2021, the same company was paid a second payment of 255,607,112 shilling. With the second payment of the amount I have mentioned, Right Honorable Speaker, being made after 6 days from the first installment, the second installment lacked supporting documents. Right Honorable Speaker, the accounting officer explained that, number 1, the contract of Uganda shilling 365,153,874 shilling was awarded to the company I mentioned with a completion date of 23rd May 2021. But 2 extensions were made, with the last one ending on 30th June 2022. 2, the works are still at foundation level. The materials are on site, though a total of 94% payment was made to the contractor. Number 3, the first payment of 20% was given as advance payment, and the accounting officer regretted making the second payment and therefore requested the committee to allow him correct the error by allowing the contractor finish the work in 3 months. Number 4, the project was stalled by the land in question, which is owned by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the district was waiting for a swap of land titles. However, the soil analysis was done, and the report recommended what was needed for the works to reinforce the structure, and the design was also reviewed. Number 5, the contractor has been elusive with no efforts to complete the project. The committee observed that 1, there was no structure on the ground as the works ended at foundation excavation level despite full payment. 2, the district did not have full ownership of the land where the project was sited. 3, the district did not do due diligence in planning and siting and siting for the project, thus putting the project in an area not suitable. 4, the contract was awarded to the contractor who quoted the lowest amount than what the project would require to complete. Therefore, the execution of the project as planned was not possible right from the start. 5, the first advance payment was justified, but the second payment of Uganda shilling 255,607,112 shilling was paid in total disregard of the law, with the possibility of connivance and a few days before the end of the contract. Number 6, the engineer recommended for payments to be made despite withdrawing from the project due to the irregularities. Number 7, there was no justification for extension of the contract, which also expired in June. Number 8, there was fraud as per paragraph 5C of the contract under non-compliance to completion date that attracts 20% of the outstanding balance of the contract sum. And number 9, Right Honorable Speaker, making good the contract is not realistic, considering that there is no valid contract. The committee therefore recommended the following. 1, the accounting officer who approved the transaction and all the officers involved be held personally liable. 2, the accounting officer for the year under review makes good the loss and ensure that Uganda shilling 328,637,887 shilling is deposited on the government account by 12th of October 2022. Number 3, the permanent secretary minister of local government takes immediate disciplinary action. Number 4, based on the conduct of the company, PPDA should carry out a thorough assessment on its conduct with a view of blacklisting this company. And number 5, the committee recommends that Mr. Joel Musisi, the then accounting officer, be investigated with the view of possible prosecution. Under vote 557, Butaleja District Local Government, and this has a qualified opinion. And under that, query number 1 is unsupported adjustment. The audit report noted that the opening balance in the statement of equity was adjusted by Uganda shilling 631,011,062 shilling. However, the documents and schedules supporting the adjustment were not availed for verification. The committee observed that there was no supporting document to justify adjustment, thus the accounting officer failed to perform his duty as required by law. The committee therefore recommended the following. 1, the accounting officer should be held liable for failure to perform his duty. 2, the accounting officer desist from such practices that contravenes the provisions of the law. Under query number 2, unaccounted for expenditure. The audit report noted that a total of Uganda shilling 107,524,840 shilling was advanced to officials to carry out various activities but remain unaccounted for. The accounting officer took responsibility for weaknesses in advancing money to staff beyond the financial year and explained that the money was advanced for administrative activities like trainings and submission of accountability delayed. The committee observed the following. 1, the accounting officer breached regulation 43.2 of the local government finance and accounting regulations 2007, which requires accountabilities to be retired within 1 month. 2, the list of recipients of these advances was not provided to the committee for scrutiny. And 3, payments to Genena General Enterprises Limited for construction of a house in Butaleja is doubtful, and several payments were made on the same day. The committee therefore recommended the following. Number 1, the sum of Uganda shilling 107,524,840 shilling advanced to the officers be recovered from the respective officers by 30th of September 2022. The police should carry out investigations into the conduct of Genena General Enterprises and the district officials involved with a view of possible prosecution. 3, the committee recommends that PPDA investigates Genena General Enterprises with a view of possible blacklisting. Under query 3, Right Honorable Speaker, implementation of capital works. And this is particularly in line with the failure to deliver the desired quantities and specifications of ICT equipment to Nakwasi Seed Secondary School under the Education Department. Right Honorable Speaker, the district contracted MS Masaka Agricultural Dealers Enterprises Limited to supply ICT equipment, science kits and chemical reagents to Nakwasi Secondary School, Seed Secondary School, at a contract sum of Uganda shilling 207,490,000 shilling. And out of which 193,636,000 had been paid to the contractor, and the audit found out the following. Right Honorable Speaker, we have indicated the findings of the audit, and let me go to the committee observation. The committee observed that the contractor was paid more money than what he had delivered, and the equipments were less than what was ordered for. Number two, it was irregular for a contractor to deliver items after working hours, therefore prohibiting the district officials from verifying whatever was delivered. The district paid the contractor almost 100% of the sum, the total sum, despite the shortfall in the items delivered. And the committee provided the following recommendation. One, the committee recommends that the police investigates the accounting officer involved in the transaction, the district education officer, and the responsible staff at the Ministry of Education and Sports for these gross irregularities. Number two, the contractor be held liable for contravening contractual obligations and defrauding government. Number three, the accounting officer should ensure that all the items ordered are delivered in line with the specification of the contract. Under query number 22, Right Honorable Speaker, is the construction of OPD at Bingo L Center 2 under DDEG. And this looks at delayed completion of civil works. Again, Right Honorable Speaker, we have provided details of the audit finding on page 13. And when you go to page 14 of the executive summary document, the accounting officer went further to explain that the concerned contractor were called to put right all the defects, and those who did not comply were arrested. However, 95% of payment was made depending on the certificates issued from the user department. Right Honorable Speaker, inspection was done and the contractor was asked to complete. Unfortunately, they never complied with that. I will then take you to our observation as a committee. Number one, the contractor was paid 95% of the contract sum before completion of work, leaving only 5% as retention, which is paid after the defect liability period. Number two, this payment was irregular and contrary to procurement laws. The committee therefore recommended the following. The police to investigate the officers who were responsible for this project, and these officers include the accounting officer, the engineer, district engineer, internal auditor, CFO, and the DHO, with a view of possible prosecution. Number two, the accounting officer should ensure that the contractor meets his contractual obligation. And three, the accounting officer should desist from transactions that cause financial loss to government. Under query 3, Right Honorable Speaker, it looks at payment of unexecuted works. The contractor had been paid a total sum of 131,969,535 shilling out of the contract price of 138,915,299, contrary to the conditions of the contract signed, and works were not complete. Apparently, the amount paid was equivalent to full contract price, excluding the 5% retention. The accounting officer explained that the works were implemented towards the end of the financial year, thus the fear of money being swept back to the consolidated fund. The advice was that a bank guarantee is got on condition that the bank releases the money after completion of funds. However, there were no certificates against the payment. And the committee observed the following. One, the contractor had been paid 95% of the contract sum before completion of works, contrary to the requirements of the procurement laws. Two, payments were made without certificates. Recommendations. One, the accounting officer and all the officers involved in this project be held personally liable, and the police should carry out investigation with a view of possible prosecution. Two, the accounting officer should ensure that the completion of this project as planned and in line with the contractual specifications. Under query 3.1, construction of a general ward at Budumba L Center 3 under PHC. MS Metex Uganda Limited was contracted to construct a general ward at Budumba L Center 3 at a contract price of 99,566,040 shilling. A total of 94,587,733 shilling had been paid to the contractor with expected completion date of 30th June 2021. By the close of the financial year, it was found that one, actually the work was at Walling State. Two, Unexecuted works included roofing, fixing of windows, doors, plastering, floor finishing, ceiling works, furniture fittings, and all those as indicated in the document. The site had long been abandoned by the contractor, and also there was no project signpost describing the nature of works, source of funding, employer, contractor, project manager, and so on. The committee observed the following, and actually the observations are not different from the previous query which I just talked about. Under 3.3, construction of a 2-classroom block with an office and store at Busolwe Township Primary School under SCD. MS Dalakt Investment Limited was contracted to carry out the construction of 2-classroom block with an office and store at Busolwe Township Primary School at the contract sum of 61,891,755. By close of the financial year, Uganda shilling 227,390 shilling had been paid with a planned completion date of 30th April 2021. Inspection revealed poor quality of windows installed on the building, and at least 13 windows could not even open or close. Poorly constructed floor and veranda with glaring cracks and concrete slabs at the front door were poorly fixed. The accounting officer acknowledged the observation made from the inspection and explained the circumstances related to those as payment. Again, the reasons the accounting officer gave was that they made full payment because they feared money would go back to the consolidated fund. And the observations are not different from what we gave under, again, the 2 other queries I mentioned. I will take you to query 3.3, construction of 2 classroom blocks with an office and store at Busaba Project Primary School under SCD. NV Engineering Consult Limited was contracted to carry out the construction of a 2 classroom block with an office and store at Busaba Project Primary School at a contract price of 61,919,390 shilling. By year end, Uganda shilling 59,200,570 shilling had been paid to the contractor with an extended completion date of 30th June 2021. By close of the financial year, inspection found out that the contractor used iron sheets that were not in line with the specification. He used gauge 30 instead of 28. Also, there was poorly constructed floor and the veranda, it cracks and all that. Again, not different from the previous one. The committee observed, our observation is, again, not different from the previous observations and the same recommendations. Query 4, routine mechanized maintenance of Botaleja, Sone, Luamboga Road, measuring 5.6 kilometers. The district undertook routine mechanized maintenance of the road I mentioned, totaling to 5.6 kilometers at a cost of Uganda shilling 15,275,190 during the 4th quarter of the financial year 2020-2021. Physical inspection revealed the following: lack of meter drain on the road, which left the side drains flooded on rainy days, and for purposes of time, colleagues, you could just look through the bullets. And the committee observed the following: the road works was the works were incomplete, and there was also generally poor workmanship. And the recommendation of the committee is not different from what we provided in the previous projects under the same entity. Number 4.1 is routine mechanized maintenance of Nabigande Leresi Town Council Road, measuring 5.5 kilometers. The district undertook routine mechanized maintenance of 5.5 kilometers along Nabigande Leresi Town Council Road at a cost of Uganda shilling 16,156,450 shilling during the 4th quarter of the period under review, and it was found that gravel was heaped up in some of the sections of the road. Culverts had not been installed on the road as planned, and this left the road susceptible to flooding and erosion. The committee observed that the road work was incomplete and there was poor workmanship. Again, I refer you to the previous recommendation I provided. Number 4.2, routine mechanized maintenance of Doho Namulo Road, which is 4 kilometers. Again here, the road was costed at 11,750,150, and you can go through the details of what was done, the committee observation, and our recommendations are not different from the previous one I provided, because all were not complete and poor workmanship. Number 4.3, routine manual maintenance of Nalusaga Town Council to Kanyenya Road, 5.3 kilometers. Here, a total sum of 446,000 was spent, was planned to be used. And again, our finding was that the road was not, the work was not complete, and there was poor workmanship, and the recommendations are not different from what we provided earlier on. Number 5.0, Right Honorable Speaker. This looks at lack of contract management plans and reports. A review of 10 procurement files of contracts, for contracts worth Uganda shilling 658,614,057 shilling revealed that the files lack contract management plans and contract management reports. Committee observation. The committee noted that the district did not have evidence on their preparedness to comply with the law in the subsequent procurements. Committee recommended the following. The committee recommended that the accounting officer should ensure that there is compliance with the PPDA requirements and guidelines. And I'll take you to vote 503, which is Arua District Local Government. Query 1, overpayment of gratuity. The audit report revealed variances between the amounts on the payroll and payments to individual pensioners, leading to overpayment of Uganda shilling 17,088,304 shilling. The accounting officer regretted the anomaly and informed the committee that the pensioner in question has since committed to refund the money as per the recovery schedule. Committee observations. The committee observed the following. 1, the principal human resource officer was asked to institute recoveries but did not comply with the accounting officer's directives. 2, a monthly deduction of Uganda shilling 200,000 was unrealistic, as the final payment would be made, or the final recovery would be made in 2030, which would take 8 years. 3, there was sheer negligence by the principal human resource officer, thus causing financial loss to government. The committee therefore recommended that 1, the principal human resource officer who initially refused to implement the accounting officer's directive to initiate the recovery make good the loss and ensures full recovery by 12 December 2020. 2, the principal human resource officer be held liable for insubordination. 3, the accounting officer should ensure full recovery of funds as recommended by the committee. Now, query number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, is salary payment of non-existent employees. The audit report revealed that Uganda shilling 10,115,392 shilling was paid to 15 staff that neither appeared on the IPPS payroll register nor at the necessary documentation in their personal files to support their existence. The accounting officer explained that out of the 15 staff, 14 files were for employees who had transferred their services to Madiokolo district, and the other staff is suspected to have transferred services to Terego district, although the file had not been retrieved. The staff were wrongly coded under Arua District Local Government. Committee observation. Out of 14 files presented, only 4 files were cleared as genuine payments. Number 2, the said staff were irregularly paid since they ceased to be employees of Arua District Local Government. 3, there was negligence as the Human Resource Department did not do due diligence in handling the payment process of these non-existent employees. The committee recommends the following. 1, the accounting officer should liaise with the said districts where the officers are said to have transferred their services with a view of recovering the said funds of the 11 employees. 2, the accounting officer and all officers involved in this irregular payment should be reprimanded. Under query 3, implementation of approved budget. And under that, 9.1, failure to adjust the Arua District local government budget following creation of new local governments. The audit report noted the following. The initial budget of Uganda shilling 98 billion was approved for implementation by the district in the financial year 2020-2021. Following creation of Terego District local government and Arua City, the two received supplementary budget totaling to Uganda shilling 23 billion 800,000 shilling, and Uganda shilling 26 billion 300 million. The first one is 23 billion 800 million, and the second one 26 billion 300 million respectively. And parts of the fund were from the initial approved budget for Arua District local government. The budget of Arua District local government was not adjusted following the issuance of the supplementary budget to the new local governments, leading to some activities being undertaken by Arua District local government instead of the new local government entities. The accounting officer explained that following the adjustment of the boundaries of the district, guidance was sought from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Ministry of Local Government, but they did not receive any response or instruction guiding them on how the budget could have been adjusted. Two, the accounting officer said the entity implemented the activities as per the original approved budget, work plan, and performance contract signed by the accounting officer. However, the budgets were adjusted afterwards. The committee observed the following. The accounting officer did not take into consideration the instruction given by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on adjusting the budget. Two, at the time of creation of the new administrative entities of Arua City and Terego, Arua District local government had running contracts which needed to be completed before handover. Recommendations. One, the accounting officer works closely with the new administrative entities for successful completion of the project that were already under construction. Two, Arua District local government should seek guidance from PPDA on transfer of the projects that are still at design stage or planned projects that have not yet commenced. Three, the accounting officer should comply with the directive issued by the Ministry of Finance. Right Honorable Speaker, before I move, we have attached as a committee details of recoveries that have been made from Arua, Luero, and Kabale District local government. We have recovered, recoveries have been made totaling to Uganda shilling 153 million 266,609. These are recoveries that have been made. And Right Honorable Speaker, just as I stated, and in the interest of time, honorable colleagues will be able to find details as indicated in the main document. With that, Right Honorable Speaker, I now beg to move that this report be adopted by this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I gave you over 40 minutes, and I want to thank you for the job well done, because this is oversight, which is a very important function of this House. Clerk, ensure that the full report is captured on the Hansard, so that in future, whoever is reading the Hansard is able to follow the record. You just don't capture what the chair said. Colleagues, when you look through this report, I'm not an auditor, but you ask yourself how districts like Kabong and Arua managed to get an unqualified opinion with such issues. You know, how? With such a glaring issues, how did you get an unqualified opinion? None of us will explain to you what an unqualified opinion is in terms of audit. Then also, Right Honourable Prime Minister, we have an issue. As a way, when recommendations sometimes are made, the only punishment or punitive measure instituted against an accounting officer is a transfer to another district, which is sometimes better, which is more wet compared to where they were stealing when it was dry. Now they are taken to wet ones to just grab, you know. So really, Right Honourable Prime Minister, this is going to be your first one to handle. We have shown you, and this is from the report of the Auditor General, who is an office of government, appointed by the government, and an office of this house. So these are not issues of Honorable Mapenduza and colleagues. These are issues raised by the Auditor General of government. Then I've seen in the report, and I was reading through the report, Chairman, and Chairman, you should have sat in front, I might call you to answer some issues. Why do we recommend police to investigate? Why not the IGG, whom we can hold responsible here? He's an officer of this house. Because these are glaring cases where you show someone received paid salaries against ghost employees. Someone paid 100% when there is no work on the ground. Now police, which is in their criminal things and all that, we have agencies for corruption that are clearly known. Why don't we refer to? I would propose, colleagues, that we refer to the IGG, and then we shall require the report of the IGG to come back here showing us action taken. Rule 63, sub-rule 2 of our rules of procedure allow this report to be debated. I will allow 30 minutes, but colleagues, we shall use 2 minutes. No, one or two maximum, so that I can pick many of you, and then the Minister of Local Government and Chairperson are able to respond to issues coming out. Procedure?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on a matter of procedure relating to our Rule 34, where the report is a representation of the work of the entire committee. But the report we were sharing had only one signature. Yes, we are not sure whether it is a representation of the entire committee. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what he was sharing with us...
No, Honorable Member, the Chair made it very clear that this is an executive summary of the report. And I said the report is here.
Uploaded.
Okay?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. So please, it was... So please ensure that indeed the full report is uploaded on the system. Okay? Chairperson is next time upload the full report. Now, there are persons I wanted to see standing up. Like Honorable Agnes Apea, former chairperson of Local Government Finance Commission, but I'll first speak Honorable Tibasimwa. I'm looking for former local government leaders. Honorable Bigaros. No, let me first speak here, then I'll come here. Don't mind. Honorable Bigaros. Honorable Adrico. Okay. Martin. Akiki. But Chairman, for you, Chairman, you haven't brought my report, so I shouldn't pick you today. You first bring me my reports, which I'm demanding. Sorry, and the Honorable Ruth? Yes.
Thank you.
Let's do maximum.
Thank you.
We are around.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Maximum
my name is Joram Tubasima. I represent all the persons of Western Uganda. And as you rightly pointed out, I worked with the local government in Bushenyi. There are a few issues I have picked. One, ring fencing of positions by the district commission is a very bad practice, and this one spreads across so many local governments. Two, the release of money to the local governments from the center in many cases comes late, and this one results into an use of it.
Rose.
Thank you so much. I'd like to address myself to the issue of the return of money for paying teachers. For record purpose, I was once a deputy speaker in Arua District Local Government. And for Terego, I would kindly request for exoneration. Reasons: the appointment of the District Local Government Service Commission was delayed because of political intrigue. Because say some of the members were opposition, they didn't have papers, but these were people who had PhDs. And two, on the issue of Terego having money of Arua district and uncompleted projects. Honestly, I don't know why the committee has recommended that Arua district should go and complete projects in Terego. The evidence has shown that projects being done by Arua now in Terego are really in shoddy state. I request you allow Terego to be responsible.
Adrico?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
My name is Adrico Yovan, represent people of our constituents, Arua District. Yes, Honorable Speaker, first I want to congratulate this committee of local government led by my brother, Honorable Mapinduz. It is true, Honorable Speaker, I'm always disturb you about the issue of Arua District. Today, the truth has come out. Then my prayer is, one, we are going to recover this money from those people who embezzle our money from the district must be a immediate effect, because Arua District has lost a lot of money. We are suffering on the ground there. People are now facing a lot of problems, poor road status and other activities. So I request this committee can take notes. Then all money which have been embezzled from Arua District must be recovered immediately. Thank you.
Mzare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, page number 4, that is item 3. There's a mix-up between observations and recommendations in numbering. I think there should be a correction on that. Secondly, if you go to the recommendations as numbered, number 4, they've talked about develop guidelines for timeliness on tenure and approval of membership of the District Service Commission. Right Honorable Speaker, this one is already there, but what is missing out, I think, is effective monitoring of the Service Commission. Because what we have as a challenge, I've ever worked as a district councillor and a secretary finance at the district. Right Honorable Speaker.
Onzima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your report is ready, duly signed, and I told the clerk
tomorrow
that it should be uploaded today.
Tomorrow it will be on order paper, upload it
Mr.
today.
Speaker, sir, I wish I was given like 3 or 5 minutes as a chairperson to...
Chair, this report will come to your committee. You'll handle from there.
It's okay. Mr. Speaker, the initial idea was that most of these services are decentralized. Ministry of Local Government and other ministries are supposed to supervise the activities of these lower local governments. But most of these accountability challenges are emanating from the center. Most of these projects are being carried out by the ministries. Most times they say, for them they go and provide oversight and the rest, but that's not the actual fact on ground. That's why most of these accounting officers that have challenges are being moved from one place to another.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Within my 1 minute, I want to comment on the issue of delayed access to pension payroll. I know that this is an executive summary, but I would have loved to look at the details so that we know the kind of justification that our accounting officers are giving. We have so many people, pensioners down there, who have to make so many trips all over the country, coming to Kampala, going back to the district over and over, and for so many years without receiving justice. And I would request that let this be taken as one serious bit so that we can be able to answer the questions that are coming from the pensioners. I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've the summary of the committee, and it has been well elaborated. Right Honorable Speaker, my comment is about the ring-fencing of the position at the districts. Right, Honorable Speaker, this has come about because of the nepotism at the district by the District Service Commission. These people normally employ people of their own, or either people who campaign for them. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the regional districts, the Regional Service Commission should quickly be looked into so that we avoid this, the issue of the District Service Commission come to an end, because it's practicing a lot of nepotism. Right, Honorable Speaker, the contracts of these days are being awarded to themselves, to themselves, the people who award the contracts, but in different names. Right, Honorable
Akiki.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, Dr. Asime Florence Akiki, Masin District. Thank you very much for the report. The issue I'm raising is the issue of contractors. I don't know how these contractors are chosen, but they are becoming a big problem. Either the technical people are conniving with the contractors, so I'm of the view that most of these contractors should be blacklisted. Then the army, that is the UPDF brigade, should take over construction of these projects. I beg to submit.
Itungo, then Max Ochai, then Kaun.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Itungo Nathan, MP Gashar South. Chair, I want to make a first observation in your report. You have mentioned about the pay that some political leaders don't deduct. You need to come out who are those ones, councillors, what? Otherwise, the word political leaders may remain vague. Number two, Honorable Speaker, is about the ghosts. This issue of ghosts seems to be a cross-cutting issue in most of the ministries, where you find you have ghost work, teachers, ghost soldiers, ghost etc. Now they have come in local government. Right Honorable Speaker, I would agree with you that we need to use the office of the IGG such that we can do away with these ghosts. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Max Ochai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for the report. One observation, the observation is on low absorption of funds released to the districts. And in here, the report actually observes that one of the factors responsible for that is either absence of district service commissions or malfunctioning district service commissions. When I look at the methodology adopted, much as they were looking at local governments, no attention was paid to consulting with the minister responsible for local government, but also not even the minister responsible for public service. And yet, in His Excellency, the President's note one time, he indicated that one of the key bottlenecks to growth and development of Uganda is non-responsiveness of the public service. And in that regard, therefore, I was expecting in their recommendation that they would factor in
Kaunde.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to make a comment on underperformance of WEP and Youth Livelihood Program funds being underperforming because of low recovery. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want the government to come out clearly and make it clear to the people if this money is a political gift or it is for paying back. If it is for paying back, they should put in place legislative framework to enable or to compel everyone pay back. Otherwise, as it is now, some of our people are obliging and paying back, others are not paying back. So which one is which? Because as it is now, there is no penalty. Which one should we tell our voters? Should they oblige and pay back, or should they access these funds and just use them as political gift? Right Honorable.
Pachuto.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to quickly comment on the revenue leakage at the lower government levels. Right Honourable Speaker, this is a clear demonstration of lack of effective internal controls, which to me, I think, Right Honourable Speaker, is due to the thin staffing of the audit, internal audit function at the district level, despite the increasing workload as we get new administrative units, sub-counties. They have to audit schools, they have to audit sub-counties, they have to audit town councils. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I would have loved to hear in the report the committee recommending for an increase in the number of internal audit staff, and so that they can perform their functions better. I thank you. Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. It is important that we find out all these challenges. The committee has discovered incomplete work. Somewhere they have not done anything, and these are contractors. The challenge is that these people come to districts and they don't want even to disclose their BOQs. They underlook the people at the district. In that case, therefore, I propose that the Prime Minister directs all contractors to always disclose their POQs to the district and other leaders in the country, because those are public documents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Barimwezo.
Thank you, Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the report revealed that over 38 billion was returned to the consolidated fund because of failure to recruit teachers and also procure contractors. Right Honourable Speaker, we do appropriate monies to do services and provide goods. And therefore, I expected the committee to make sure that they whip these officers that have not done their mandate. I also wonder, Right Honourable Speaker, I need clarity. Where does this money that goes to the consolidated fund, how is it treated during the budgeting process? Because I wonder what that money does. Then lastly, page 19, routine maintenance for Nalubale at 446,000. I can't imagine a...
That's Butareja.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I add my voice to thank the committee for the comprehensive report.
MPs who have spoken, please.
What has been mentioned about Butareja district, it is true. We are facing a major problem on the local government side. Recoveries are going to be very difficult. Why? Most of the technocrats are the ones who are having outside companies, and they're the ones being awarded the works at the district. So the recovery of the money is going to be very difficult. Secondly, the commission is not doing the job it's supposed to be doing. They are not choosing the right people in the right places with the right qualification. So when they award people who are not qualified, meaning they are going to do shoulder work, and implementation of government programs is going to be very, very difficult. How I wish the committee would come out with a more better action plan to take the accounting officers to court or face the law.
You see, colleagues, if this happens in your constituency, if it's one of your districts, you have a taking interest. Okay, so that's why I had picked Butareja. Let me complete the Butareja cycle, because Butareja is one of the question districts. Honorable Mutembri. Yes, I need to see readers. I heard from Marua readers. Now I need to see readers. If there is anyone from Kabong, you should also ensure.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mutembri Yusuf is my name. I represent the people of Bunyore East in Butareja district. I take this opportunity to thank the committee. And like my sister has rightly said, we have a lot of issues in that district. We have inherited a lot of issues, but we shall try our best and see how to address them. Right Honourable Speaker, there is this issue of acting, officers who are acting. You find that, like in Butareja, Right Honourable Speaker, from 2006 to date, we have never had any substantive Secretary Service Commission. You assign the duty for 1 or 2, 3, 5 months. If you don't perform to the best of one person, they assign another person. My recommendation, Right Honourable Speaker, is that let's direct all local governments that are having officers who are acting to ensure that within 6 months they recruit substantive officers so that we can have services in the district.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, that's a very important recommendation we need to.
Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of these perennial office abusers, like if you look at the case of Kabong, this accounting officer in Kabong currently is in Kitugum. He was formerly in my district. But he's a troublesome man. And they are continuous. Now is he under arrest, I think. So I think Ministry of Local Government should blacklist such people, not just transferring problems.
Yeah,
secondly, I want to say on the issue of ring fencing positions, this is not a problem of the service commissions. It's a problem of the district political executives and the accounting officers. Like currently, up to the time this Joel left, Masindi municipality has never got a substantive inspector of schools because of games played by the accounting officers. This is a problem of the politicians and the accounting officers, not the service commissions.
Joab, you raise a very important point. Right Honourable Prime Minister, recycling of thieves. Yeah? You know, you're not yet known here. So here they've known you. So go and steal now in Karamoja. From Karamoja, go to Kigezi. Why? That's institutionalization and of thieves. Okero?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and thank you, the Chairperson. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would just like to first begin by recognizing what you recognized. How can Kabong, with the same story with Butaleja, Kabong has unqualified report and Butaleja has qualified report?
Kabong is even worse.
Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have looked at the amount of money that was appropriated for roads. I am chairperson of road committee. If you have a road 5
Where?
kilometers...
In the Parliament?
No, in Noya district.
Okay.
If you have a road 5.5 kilometers with culverts, you cannot use 11 million. You can't. You will just be joking. Number three, and finally, Honorable Speaker, I did not see...
Suraj?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this tendency of paying conductors when they have not completed their work is something which is happening throughout the districts. There is a procedure where a work is supposed to be paid according to stages. Why are chief administrators officers not following that? Those chief administrators officers should be prosecuted for the wrong that they are doing because they don't add value for money. There is no value for money there. We are losing government money on contracts which are not supposed to be paid for. Thank you very much.
Nachimuri Nyangweso, Kisa.
Thank you very much.
Then Liv and
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would love to thank the chairperson and the committee for the good work. I actually attended one of their meetings. But there is a hard to reach, hard to stay, hard to attract workers to come in. This has affected head of departments getting employed in per day. For example, Right Honourable Speaker, the chairperson, LC5 per day, has no vehicle to use to move in the district so that he can control and manage the projects of the government. Secondly, the cow at times uses a border to move around the district. My prayer is, and I ask the Prime Minister if it's possible, to see to it that per day gets a vehicle to help the LC5 and the cow. All the LC5s to get vehicles to help them implement government programs.
Thank you. Colleagues, on such reports, we don't have prayers. We have recommendations. You recommend. Prayers are for motions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And petitions
and thanks to the committee for the work well done, Nachimuli Helen Kalangala. Mr. Speaker, on page 7, they talked about performance of government programs. and recoveries. Mr. Speaker, when local governments are given little money for operational costs, they will not do much work for the people. Service delivery needs a lot of money to be given to, especially island districts, not only Kalangala. Some time back, government sent bicycles to island districts to do service delivery, but we need boats and engines in our island districts for service delivery, much as we query local governments
but
for...
the boats have where they stop and then you need bicycles.
No. Some islands you don't need a bicycle. You need your feet to move.
Okay.
Yes, so from the district headquarters, you need a boat.
Nyangweso?
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Dennis Nyangweso. I represent Samia Central. I want to thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, as you rightly observed, there has been a lot of over-reliance on financial audits. And when you look at the level of unqualified opinions on these financial audits and the report we are receiving from the committee, this is a paradox. I would suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, that we support the Office of the Auditor General to do more of the value for money audits, such that they can augment this. And we see, because the value for money the reports will definitely speak to the facts on the ground. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And this is what the PSST promised when he was coming to office. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you need to share this with the Auditor General. We also, as presiding officers, we had received some of these complaints. Chairman Mapenduzi, you remember that meeting we had? We want to have a meeting with the Auditor General. We want to get value for money. That's what is important. Honorable Mushemeza, and then Kisa, and Anif, and Watsabe. Then I finish with Omar and Julia. Let's do quickly, colleagues.
Yes, Mshemeze Raija Dickens, Shema County South. On the issue of raw revenue in local governments, I've observed that we may need to revisit the Public Finance Management Act, which in some respects undermines the principles of decentralization if we are to improve revenue collection. The second point on acting capacities, it is not only limited to local governments. During the budgeting process, I observed that ministries, departments, and agencies, including Kampala City Authority, people are in acting capacities for 2 years. So our directive should not be limited only to local governments, should also go to the ministries. Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, the issue of acting. Even the people of Uganda Aids Commission who are in the gallery, they have acting. Now, people, you should only be acting if you qualify for a position. Why not give them positions? Kisa?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of contractors across almost all districts is a serious problem, and it is costing government money and time. You find one contractor in a district having several government projects. And once he's given money from one project, he uses that money to work on the other project, and all this work remain uncompleted and delayed. And I think, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee, I would recommend that also investigates on that matter. Why should one contractor be given several other projects in the same district doing the same work, the same financial year? Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Mukono, Lifa.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mine is about the 74% of the expenditure is that financial year, leaving 26% taken back to the consolidated fund, which is an equivalent of 38 billion. My concern is when it's taken back to the consolidated fund, how does Ministry of Finance explain, because it is already taken back to the consolidated fund, and yet some of the programs are not yet completed. So I want some explanation on that situation. Thank you.
Atkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. For evil to thrive, you need one ingredient. Good men and good women to do nothing. Parliament is not a house of lamentation. Mr. Chair, sir, I really wanted to hear from you that as a result of finding money having paid to full scale, and there was not even a foundation, or there was only foundation, the people responsible are now in Kira, a police station, or CPS, because we can't continue like this as a country. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is what in the modern world called intermediary. What we're handling right now is post-mortem. That no longer works anywhere in the world. We should have about maybe 5 months, and then on the progress to save money, government money. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My observation is on the one regarding the funds being refunded to the consolidation fund on the basis of Minister of Education failing to recruit teachers. Right Honorable Speaker, there is one big problem. I've interacted with the commissioners of education. They've said they have been appointing headmasters and teachers, but most of the time they are rejected by the churches, what they call the foundation bodies. I just want to ask the Right Honorable Prime Minister, have we abdicated the responsibility of running Ministry of Education to the churches? Because these commissioners appoint headmasters, appoint teachers, but they're rejected on the account of their faith. And we are going back to the 60s where parties were running on the basis of faith. So are we abdicated our responsibilities to...
Julius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the chairperson and his committee for the report. I want to comment on the hybrid procurement. The hybrid procurement bleeds responsibility for no or. In the local governments, they think the responsibility to monitor these contracts, to look at the work done at the sites, is a responsibility for the ministry. So the local leaders and the technical people tend to shy away, which bleeds to the kind of shoddy work we find in the respective countries. I therefore recommend that there is a thorough review of the hybrid procurement method. And also, importantly, we need to take a keen interest in districts and ministries issuing contracts to one contractor who has a reputation of shoddy work. There is need.
Honorable Namuganza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I recommend that we really strengthen the IGG office and do frequent auditing. Because when I was still under local government as RDC, we had Uruga, where the central government officials attended a meeting on corruption. And the accusation was that the local governments are more corrupt. And the local governments were saying the center is more corrupt, that they tell us to send back. Now, when we continue with this kind of corruption is there, they say corruption comes from there, we shall not achieve anything. I think the issue is to have close monitoring of these funds, to know whether it's someone from the center instructing to embezzle funds, we get him or her. If it's from local government, we get them. Otherwise, it will be business as usual, because this debate has been on for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you wondered whether, with all the observations made, the Auditor General was right or wrong to give the unqualified opinion. Mr. Speaker, important to note is that these are financial audits, and the basis of the opinion is basically on compliance with the generally acceptable accounting principles, compliance with the law, and the best practice. And if there are no material departures in the financial statements, the Auditor General comes up with the unqualified opinion. There is a member who said that we need to move from financial audits to value for money audits.
Conclude, Honourable Minister.
I think this is where emphasis should be, and also considering the current circumstances, Parliament should interest itself in doing real-time audits. Monitor the project as it is going on. Don't wait for the project to end and then you begin doing post-mortem. Thank you.
Committee chairpersons you've had. Honourable Minister of Local Government. Honourable colleagues, this financial year we have facilitated you to move. Please move on the ground.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I concur with the findings of the committee because those are the same findings we are finding, and we are seriously taking action. For example, it's true there is pointing of fingers knowingly because there is no excuse that a contract is centrally given, a district engineer should not supervise. He's paid for that. I found a problem at Kiruhura where all the money to complete a project of 1.7 billion was paid at a single go, and unfortunately the contractor died 2 weeks later in an accident. So the cow is on interdiction, but we are also cheated by the judiciary. In such a...
Honourable Minister, switch on.
I don't see why a case would take a month even for someone who signed, authorized the money. He would be put in and his property is confiscated, but the case is still lagging. We interdicted the district education officer, the principal signatory, but up to now, there is nothing made. So this problem must be handled squarely, each ministry complementing the other. Because these shorter schools being built, the seed schools, the engineers of the Ministry of Education are paid for monthly monitoring. What do they monitor when the shadow work is going on? I'm on record, Right Honourable Speaker, of refusing to open a school in my own district and compelling the district to complete all the furniture because they had said the contractor is dilly-dallying, let's take it up. I have refused up to date. They are now at 90% facilitation. We have also acted as Minister of Local. Everything is pushed to local government, but I want to tell you that public service is part of the irregular recruitments, but as local government, we have spearheaded in actions. We have nullified all the appointments irregularly made to the parish chiefs in Kagadi. Same in Kamwenge, where the human resource officer had migrated all the teachers, taken their 3 million, and forced them to keep waiting for the 100 million of PDM. We forced them back and put the human resource in jail. We have gone to interdict the former Deputy Cow of Kagadi, who irregularly recruited 75 teachers, and this is syndicated thieving. That's why we must wake up for all the ministries to complement the Ministry of Local Government. Who puts these teachers on the payroll? It's the Ministry of Public Service. And every 3 months they were alternating the correct teachers with the shoddy ones. We have arrested the cow of Untoroko hardly last week, and I will be there on this Saturday to nullify all the 500 appointments. So as local government, we need supplementary effort. Even you members of parliament, don't wait to bring matters here on the floor. Act in your own districts. If you went there after hearing all that and put the cow to task and called for an emergency meeting, all these problems wouldn't be maturing. But the moment you wait to bring everything on the floor, inform me.
Honourable Minister, this is my time, please. I don't have much time. Yes, I don't have, but since you allowed the member, Let her give you information.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
But be brief.
Right Honourable Speaker, as I speak to you now in this House, Right Honourable Speaker, the cow of Kitgum District is in custody for mismanagement of parish development model. Right Honourable Speaker, the same cow was transferred from Kabong, and it was alleged that it was interdicted. Right Honourable Speaker, the same cow was transferred to Kitgum. And right now, the payment of salaries for the public servants in Kitgum, 2 months down the road, is pending, has not been handled. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to let the Minister know that sometimes the steps which are taken are implemented on a short term. Can we ensure that the steps taken are implemented and followed up by the ministry so that these officers don't go back door and get back to work and again continue with the same mess they have created? I thank you.
Very good information. Where truth is, I always say it. So I want to assure you that as the person now who is in charge of workers, I'm not resting. Please give me information on time. Whether it's ministry originated, I will do what is possibly humanly possible to sit with my senior and we take action. We want to give room to our civil servants to take action and we are blamed. I want to assure you of that one. So I want to give you an example of syndicated thieving, which you must also look out for. These officers overpay certain institutions and then they go back to ask for money. It's true. I'll give you a case on point in Fort Portal City. An acting treasurer has been paying in excess of 40 million, 50 million, 13 million, 25 million throughout the year. And today, I went to look for these officers in the Ministry of Finance to give me the release which was given. How could someone in normal senses pay excess regularly in quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3? I'm ready to take them on, trust me. Members of Parliament, let you give me the list of the monies that you sent, and I find these people just joking around, overpaying and going back to share the money. We should take them on and we need your support, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, I concur with the committee and we should make a parliamentary resolution about the tendering of hybrid. I have a case I'm handling. Someone was given a secondary school for Ntoroko, for Bundibujo, for Bunyangabu Kiyombia Secondary, for Kabarole St. Paul's Seed Kasenda. How can this person have the capacity of running? Imagine the schools that would have been completed in 2020, March, they are still dilly-dallying. So let's join hands. When there is a problem in Kabong, let's go as a team, complement one another, put these people in jail, and compel judiciary to take action, not taking such a long time when they are paid money. They have all the judges, they have all the magistrates, and partly they are the cause of why this is taking place. I want to promise this House that the issue of transferring culprits end today. Mark my words, I have ever risen it in the ministry. I'm on record having shared that with my senior minister. We are going to leave no stone unturned. It's really thieving, transporting a thief from one station to another. I promise we are going to end that.
Thank you.
Now on revenue collection, I want to assure you that lousy local government staff are the cause. I went and commissioned a road machine in Nansana municipality where the revenue was collected, saved, and they bought their own grader. This can happen everywhere. So the nonsense must stop. Let's take the bull by the horn, whatever they say, and we put these people to book. Now I'm supposed to go to Arua. I'm supposed to go to Maracha. I'm coming for them, and please support me to have them arrested and sentenced.
Thank you.
I rest my case.
Colleagues, that's our colleague, Honorable Victoria Rusoke, woman MP for Porto City, and Minister of Kabarore District, and Minister of State for Local Government. Honorable Minister, we shall hold you accountable by your word. Okay? So, and this takes you to what I talked about. Why police? When we have IGG, you know, let's use those who can bite. Police is having a lot of work. Let's work with, I'm referring to those who are provided for in the law, but they have others which support, like State House and corruption, and all those ones. Chairman.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Just to very quickly make few clarifications and also respond to a few things. But before that, Right Honourable Speaker, permit me to very sincerely thank members of the committee for having, for the sacrifices, but also the commitment. Honourable Speaker, we have a team of very passionate members of Parliament on this committee. And we have been able to traverse the entire country. And just as we are presenting this report, the audit report covered about 139 entities. These are just 14 that we have presented, and the rest we will be able to present as soon as possible. And Right Honourable Speaker, the members have demonstrated a lot of commitment, and I want to thank them. But there are a few things that you touch on, and we take note of your advice, sir. But let me just quickly get back on 2 or 3 things. Number one, just as the Honourable Minister put it, Right Honourable Speaker, there is a big problem with UGIFT projects, and we have indicated that in the big report, where many district entities that are implementing this project, construction of schools, the seed secondary schools and health facilities. We have also recommended in the big document that we have provided for members. Honourable Speaker, unless we, just as we recommended, unless we put a total ban on this approach, the hybrid procurement method, the problem we have found is that the contractors that are given these projects are majorly sent to the districts by the ministries. So they are dictated upon. And the districts do not have options of opening up. And so lists of contractors are sent, and those are the contractors selected from among them and given contract. They're extremely big-headed. They don't respect the districts. And then you find one company doing contract in several entities, and they don't listen to the districts. So we have provided those recommendations. So we agree with the minister. The other thing, Right Honourable Speaker, that is important to mention is just like Honourable Kisa put it. Honourable Speaker, if we don't act tough, not only on local governments, but also on officials at central government level who interfere with the works of local government, we are not likely to give services to the citizens of this country. The other question that was put, and I would like to inform members, a member raised a concern whether the main report is available. This report has been uploaded for more than a week. You can check and you have them. It's a big report of about 132 pages. Right Honourable Speaker, the other question was about political leaders. These political leaders, we are meaning district chairpersons and members of the district executive committees, and also the LC3 chairpersons and municipal council and city leaders. So these are the political leaders we are talking about. And finally, a member said there is already a guideline that should ensure the functionality of the District Service Commission. We agree. But Right Honourable Speaker, we have indicated in our report where you find a district deliberately refuses to have members of the Service Commission. We will give you in the next report a district like, let me just give this as an example. It's not part of this. A district like Ntoroko, where the political leaders blatantly rejected for over a year. And so we are saying, what happens when the leadership of a district deliberately refuses to have members of the Service Commission? So we are saying there must be clear conditions that would subject districts to comply with these demands. Otherwise, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, this is a very good report. I want to thank the committee, chairperson and members for the job well done, and the Minister for the strong commitment. Honourable Minister, this encourages us to do our work. You know, when we know we have your support and we are going to work with you. So we will give you support. I saw the Prime Minister was nodding. She was very happy. She will give you support where you need interministerial collaboration. So you will have to work together. Now, members, I want to put the question that the report of the Committee on Public Accounts, Local Government, on the report of the Auditor General for financial year 2020-2021 on districts of Kabong, Arua, Padel, Butareja, Ruwero, Karenga, Ntungamo, Kapchora, Isinjiro, Shema, Kawara, and Bushenyi, and the two municipalities of Bushenyi, Shaka, and Kabare be adopted by this House. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Now, as per Rule 220 of our Rules of Procedure, Honourable Minister, I would expect an action taken report in 3 months, but I want to assign this to both the Minister for Local Government and the Minister of State for Ethics for purposes of IGG, working closely with you. So that we have a very clear report. No, the Minister of Local Government will coordinate. The rest is the lead minister. But we wanted ethics to be involved because of the IGG component. Some of these actions are beyond. Thank you. Honourable Minister Msasizi.
Mr. Speaker, additionally, as Minister of Finance, we have an obligation to prepare a Treasury memoranda arising from this report and bring it back to the House.
So, and the Minister of Finance is added. So 3, local government, finance, and ethics. Of course, Prime Minister, as a leader of government business, he will coordinate all this. Thank you. Honourable Minister, you had anything to add?
So I want to reaffirm, Right Honourable Speaker, that I love this job, and on Saturday after tomorrow, the MPs of Ntoroko will bear with me that I have already alerted them to be there. And I give my ultimatum to the district chairperson to appoint the district service commission within 1 month, not even 3 or 4.
Thank you.
And to officially nullify the 500 positions that were illegally created.
So, Honourable Minister, your commitment means by the time the chairperson, local governments, park reports here, we shall be having a district service commission in Toroko. Now, colleagues, there is an item. The people from Uganda AIDS Commission have been seated here since morning. And I want the Prime Minister to listen to this report, because after, the Prime Minister has a statement which we talked about yesterday, and I want her to update the House with that statement. So, item number 9.
Item 9, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on HIV/AIDS and related matters on the assessment of the impact of COVID-19 on HIV/AIDS service delivery in the country.
Yeah. Chairperson, 15 minutes, please. 15 minutes. This report has been uploaded, so we've read through, gone observations and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Before I go into the report, Allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, lay on table the minutes of the committee while considering the report. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also lay of the report. Right Honorable Speaker, as you've ably guided, this is the report on the Committee on HIV and AIDS and Related Matters on the assessment of the impact of COVID-19 on HIV AIDS service delivery in the country. And I'll go straight, Right Honorable Speaker, to the findings. Right Honorable Speaker, during the engagement with Uganda AIDS Commission, the committee held meetings, and during our interactions, Right Honorable Speaker, we discovered that Uganda has made tremendous progress in combating the HIV and AIDS epidemic, with a reduction in new infections and HIV prevalence, and also HIV-related mortality over the 10 years. We also discovered, Right Honorable Speaker, that Uganda is among the 8 countries globally that have achieved the 90-90-90 targets by 2020. And here we mean that 90% of the people living with HIV and AIDS test and are aware of the HIV positive status. 90 of those who are tested are enrolled in care, and 90% of those, their viral load is suppressed. And those countries, Right Honorable Speaker, are listed there: Botswana, Cambodia, Denmark, Iceland, Singapore, Sweden, and the UK. However, Right Honorable Speaker, by the end of 2021, Uganda had an estimated population of 1.4 million persons living with HIV, and the related deaths had declined by 61%, from 56,000 in 2010 to 22,000, and the new infections had declined from 60%, from 94,000 to 38,000. However, Right Honorable Speaker, with the impact of COVID-19, the country has witnessed the surge of HIV infections from 38,000 to 44,000 in 2020. In addition to the above observation, Right Honorable Speaker, children and adolescents are lagging behind in regard to accessibility. And if HIV services, as such, their outcomes are poor compared to adults. The indicators for HIV prevention, diagnosis, treatment, coverage, retention, and viral suppression do not only have low coverage among the adolescents, but have also stagnated or registered minimal progress over the past 5 years. Furthermore, it is important to note that 43% of pregnant mothers living with HIV are adolescents and young women. The National HIV Strategic Plan target was to achieve 95-95-95. At least 95 of those who test HIV positive should be aware of their HIV status, and 95% should be enrolled on treatment, and their viral load should be suppressed. The country is on track to achieve the targets, and by June 2021, Uganda had reached at 94, that is testing and knowing your status, 92% being on treatment, and 84% was on suppression. However, we realize that there is need to strengthen the viral load services to match the demand. Right Honorable Speaker, despite these achievements, the epidemic remains generalized as the heterogeneous across geographical, socioeconomic, demographic, population subgroups, implying that there are challenges that need to be addressed. Right Honorable Speaker, we observed that HE, the president of this country, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is still the champion when it comes to eliminate and the management of HIV and AIDS. And he has gone as far as launching the HIV Presidential Fast Track Initiative in ending HIV by 2030. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee found out also that the donor support over time has been declining, and we have lost crucial donors like the government of Ireland and Denmark, which were contributing to the HIV/AIDS basket fund. Currently, only the United States government, through PEPFAR, is still on board and provides approximately $400 million. Right Honorable Speaker, the HIV/AIDS financing projections for 2020, 2021 to 2025, based on the National Strategic Plan, show a total need of United States $4.1 billion currently. Uganda AIDS Commission has commitments of US $2.8 billion, leaving a funding gap of United States $1.3 billion. Government support towards the HIV response is at 8% only, with the donors at 84%, and private sector contributing 84%. And Right Honorable Speaker, there are figures there detailing how much money has been released or how much money has been got in all the financial years. It is notable to highlight that funding to the Uganda AIDS Secretariat as the coordinator of the national response has been chronically low. For the last 3 financial years, Uganda AIDS Commission has been provided less than their requested annual budget of Ugandan shillings 25 billion. For instance, in financial year 2019-2020, Uganda AIDS Commission only received 7 billion out of 25 billion. In 2022-2021, Uganda AIDS Commission received 11 billion out of the 25. And this financial year, Right Honorable Speaker, 2020-2023, they are hopefully waiting to receive 15 billion for this year, leaving a gap of 10 billion for financial year 2022-2023. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that donor funds have largely been used on vertical programs and not addressing challenges in the health system, such as recruitment of medical personnel, infrastructure development, increasing public awareness, and information dissemination, among others. The committee further observed that the financing gap of approximately $120 million US in the financial year 2021-2022, up from 77 million in the financial year 2020-2021, closely relates with the current international financing trends. Reduction in donor funding is due to global trends and challenges in the global economy. Globally, priorities are changing, and our donors, we've been told, they are now looking into handling issues of climate change and security. Right Honorable Speaker, domestically, Uganda's economic growth and progression into the middle income status means that its eligibility for grants will change, and the conditionalities such as co-financing will be introduced. Right Honorable Speaker, during our meetings, when we got this information from Uganda AIDS Commission, we invited the Minister of Health and the Minister of Finance. But to our disappointment, Right Honorable Speaker, Cabinet had a resolution and directed the Minister of Finance to initiate the amendment of the Uganda Revenue Authority Act to enable the Minister of Finance operate the HIV and AIDS Trust Fund. And according to the letter that we received, Right Honorable Speaker, from the Minister of Health, the Minister of Finance was requested to make sure that the 2% revenue collected from the commodities that were identified to fund the AIDS Trust Fund, which would total to about 20 billion, was to be collected and remitted to the AIDS Trust Fund to cater for the funding gap. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we received a letter from the Minister of Health that was written by the Minister of Finance to His Excellency the President, clearly indicating that he was not ready to get this money be put on the account for AIDS Trust Fund. And he indicated that this was not an emergency, and therefore the money will be collected through the normal budgeting process. But when you look at the way the budgets are being considered, it is going to take us many years to realize this money. And it is our fear that as Uganda moves to the middle income status, as hinted on by HE, we shall stop benefiting from grants that come from donors, and we shall be going into cost sharing. And Right Honorable Speaker, if we are not prepared as a country, 1.4 million Ugandans who are living positively and surviving on these ARVs on daily basis will be hit, and we may start having challenges. And Right Honorable Speaker, you allow me lay a copy of this letter on table for the House consumption. Right Honorable Speaker, we are recommending that government should expedite the implementation of the AIDS Trust Fund strategy and provide guidance on how to support the processes to operationalize this fund. Government should also address the effects of donors' withdrawal to support the HIV interventions by addressing the chronic unfunding to the Uganda AIDS Commission. A national health insurance scheme should be established to integrate all available external private and public providers. Right Honorable Speaker, 6.2 looks at the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the HIV interventions. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll go straight to A, which looks at the increase in new infections in the COVID-19 era. The committee established and noted that the HIV infection is among the general population increased from 38 to 54 in 2022. This is a big setback to the achievements that the country had registered. And we have highlighted the districts there showing the new prevalence rates. Right Honorable Speaker, the 54 cases of new infections recorded in the COVID-19 pandemic era.
54,000.
Yes, 54,000 cases of new infections recorded in the COVID-19 pandemic era are attributed to the disruptions in the HIV/AIDS service delivery. Government COVID-19 intervention measures that failed to integrate HIV/AIDS communication and services, and lack of access to private measures like voluntary testing and counseling, condom distribution, outreach services to the youth, among others. There was also, Right Honorable Speaker, the prolonged stay at home for adolescents. The COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent guidelines disrupted the HIV/AIDS services, affecting the preventive and treatment components of HIV and AIDS. They also affected and reversed gains achieved under the 1990 campaign. The committee found out the following under the various components. There were no outreaches, Right Honorable Speaker. Overall, the COVID-19 pandemic...
No, Honorable Chair, we shall not continue like this. You can see the time. And the purpose of uploading a report, Ari. And I've seen most of you colleagues read when she's reading. That's culture, we cannot have it. That's why we upload Ari. Please, Honorable Chair, you have 5 minutes to conclude this.
Right Honorable Speaker, the recommendation is under failure to have outreach services. We recommend that we evaluate the effectiveness of the current HIV response strategies and identify gaps and address these gaps that have led to the increase in the new infection rates. The committee also recommends that government designs and implements an appropriate behavior change communication campaign to remind Ugandans that HIV and AIDS is still real. Right Honorable Speaker, we had disruption in counseling and testing services, and we are also recommending that HIV and AIDS services must remain crucial during and after COVID-19 or any other outbreak to mitigate the impact on HIV and AIDS prevention and control services in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, we also noticed that there was a reduction in the condom uptake, and so we are saying the government should revamp the campaign to promote use of condoms by sensitizing the population about its effectiveness and an HIV prevention method. HIV focal persons should always be equipped with the most up-to-date data on HIV and AIDS. Right Honorable Speaker, prevention of mother-to-child transmission. This area was also affected greatly. And Right Honorable Speaker, according to the data that we received last week from UNAIDS, we have discovered that 6,000 babies were born during COVID-19 with HIV. Yes, in the 2 years. And this is the data that was released by UNAIDS about 2 weeks ago. Right Honorable Speaker, we are recommending that government should trace and test all children that were born between March 2020 and December 2021, and those found positive should be enrolled on life-saving therapy. The government should also continue and enroll the provisions of PMTCT services across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the male medical circumcision was also affected during this time. And we are recommending that we relaunch the voluntary medical male circumcision across the country, and the committee urges the government to integrate the culture and or any other form of circumcision into the voluntary medical male circumcision. Right Honorable Speaker, in this area, allow me use 1 minute to elaborate or explain something why the committee feels that the cultural form of circumcision should be integrated. I come from Bugisu sub-region, and in this area, Right Honorable Speaker, we do the cultural circumcision. Originally, we had issues with having 1 knife to circumcise many young boys. We fought this, and today, the theme is 1 knife for 1 young boy. The challenge we have right now, Right Honorable Speaker, in the region, 1 knife, 1 boy. Today, Right Honorable Speaker, I seek for your protection. And in this area,
Chair,
this is
you're
a
protected.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am rushing so that we catch up with time.
Some of you, I think, who are laughing are not circumcised. So the campaign should start with Parliament, and the opposition chief whip can lead it. This is the chief Imbaru, you know. So, and we shall send Honorable Namisindo for checking whether you have done the job. So, Chair, continue.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this area, I am saying this as a very important point. We have achieved in having 1 knife for 1 young boy. But we still have a culture in the Bugisu sub-region, and my brother, the opposition whip, will bear witness with me, and those who watched the circumcision inauguration program that took place a few weeks ago. They were interviewing some young boys and cultural leaders on what happens after the healing process. These young boys are supposed to have sex, and it is a process of washing away the bad omen that they may have. This was clearly. This is an area that I want us to focus so much. It's important. So these young boys, one of the young boys was
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Ifuatayo ni taarifa ya habari kutoka hapa UBC TV. Naitwa Bella Mazangano na hivi sasa tupate muktasari wetu wa habari kwanza. Makamu wa Rais Jessica Alupo akutana na kikosi cha maendeleo ya zao la migomba. Uganda